the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It wasn't a fun day for the favorites at the All-England Club. American Coco Gauff is out at Wimbledon, falling in straight sets to unseeded Diana Yastremska of Ukraine on Tuesday. The second-ranked Gauff is now just the third woman in the Open era to lose in Wimbledon's first round right after winning the French Open. Just over 3 weeks ago at Roland Garros, Gauff defeated top-ranked Irina Sabalenka for her second Grand Slam title and acknowledged that the quick turnaround may have been a factor. American Jessica Pegula, the third seed, also lost her first-round match on Tuesday. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
In this open transfer portal era, I will continue to argue this point. The interest in college football will only continue to go down until there are restrictions and limitations on movement of players. And when I think about a quarterback, I don't want to think about them in terms of, oh, gee, did that guy play for us? Oh, yeah. He transferred in from Michigan State for 1 year and wasn't very good. I want the guy that goes to Michigan State to stay at Michigan State. I love that about these quarterbacks, and I love talking about them for that reason. And I even default to these guys. We're talking about Aller, Klubnik, Arch Manning. When you look at those odds for the Heisman Trophy, because these are guys who stayed at their place. They didn't look around. They didn't leave. Lenore Sellers, another great example. I think it's crazy that someone offered him over $4 million. I don't think he's worth it as a quarterback. But if he turned that down to take less money and stay at South Carolina, good for him. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
For your Fox News commentary,
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
Do you want to aid and abet criminal illegal aliens? Well, sadly, there's an app for that. Bleeding Heart liberals have found another way to aid and abet criminal illegal aliens through a new app called IceBlock. Its creator, Joshua Aaron, created the app in response to the Trump administration actually, enforcing immigration law. The app allows users to alert those nearby that ICE agents are in the area. It's supposed to be an early warning system for illegals to evade law enforcement. The platform even goes so far as to allow users to pinpoint on a map where agents are spotted, what they're wearing, and what vehicle they're driving. IceBlock currently has over 20,000 users. This app isn't just treasonous, it's dangerous. Not only does it give criminal illegal aliens a heads up to escape arrest, it directly targets the men and women of ICE. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Trump bump is gone in the auto industry. New vehicle sales look to dip in June to the slowest pace in a year. At the start of 2025, sales had jumped, with many Americans trying to get ahead of President Trump's tariffs. If you're impressed with Amazon's ability to get packages to your doorstep in record time, you may want to thank a robot. According to the Wall Street Journal, the company is close to having as many robots as humans. And Amazon says some 75% of its global deliveries are assisted in some way by robotics. Officials say it's helping improve productivity and solving a recurring problem: heavy staff turnover. Just after announcing a joint venture with Bain Capital to acquire music catalogs, Warner Music Group says it's now launching a $300 million cost-saving drive that includes job cuts. One of the first catalogs it's in talks to acquire is music from the Red Hot Chili Peppers at a price over $300 million. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's Marsh Madness for kids 14 and under who receive a branded Marsh basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Saturday, July 19th when the Phils face the Angels at 6:05. Get tickets at Phillies.com. Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly post-game concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at Phillies.com/theme nights.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Robin, for turning my mic on. It is indeed, as Nick Kayal would say, Kayal and Company on this What Up Wednesday. It's July 2nd already. Woo! And we are grateful and thankful and happy that you've joined us here. We got a full fun hour. Let me say that again, fast one time. A fast, full, fun 4 hours of the thrill, the color, the pageantry, the electricity, the excitement that is uniquely Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, coming to you from the shadows of Alligator, Alcatraz, where Miss Robin Austin, yeah, that woman right there, and we went down there yesterday just to get the feel of the area, and I got to tell you, it's really nice. They built that thing in 1 week in the middle of the Everglades. Meanwhile, we can't solve a trash strike in Philadelphia. And apparently it got ugly yesterday. Producer Dan is here with us this morning, the whole cast. Producer Big Dan, we haven't worked with him in a long time. He basically disowned us after being a friend and hanging out with us the last time we were in Philly.
I did not. That's not true. Come on.
Phil, I'm kidding. Phil Almquist, of course, still upset about Debbie Harry turning 80, and she still looks great.
She looks amazing.
Debbie Harry, Blondie, is 80 years old. Did you know that?
Fascinating.
I didn't know that. And Jim Kelly is there today, too. Everybody's there. We got a lot to talk about today. Of course, it's a good day for women. Not for the WNBA women. We'll get into that. It's a good day for women's athletes. And I know there's a lot of stories, and I'm not going to get into the Diddy trial and all that other nonsense. I'm talking about things that matter to people. Right, Robin? We saw the story yesterday. Riley Gaines, who's been leading the charge, and she was ripped by the so-called woke crowd after Leah Thomas at the University of Pennsylvania, a guy, went out there, and ESPN was running accolades about Leah Thomas breaking records and beating women in the swimming pool at the University of Pennsylvania, right up there off Chestnut Street, one of the great institutions of learning. But what they did yesterday, Robin, Penn had to bend the knee. And the reason they did it is not because they knew they made a mistake. They knew that biological men should not be playing women's sports. They knew that. They did it for one reason. What's the reason, Robin?
Because they needed their funding.
That's right. They did not want to lose federal funding despite being one of those Ivy League schools that has billions of dollars socked away, but they still want more of your tax dollars so they can bring kids into one of the great schools in America. So that's what they did, and now you're seeing other schools, other prominent schools like Stanford Medical, Stanford saying they're going to stop doing transition surgeries out there in California.
Correct.
All these schools are now bending the knee because they know what they're doing is not part of what the majority of Americans want to pay taxes for. We don't want to pay taxes to send rich kids to the University of Pennsylvania or Harvard or any of the other elite Ivy League schools. We don't want our kids being butchered at universities that are highly acclaimed and are doing things that can't be changed. And listen, if you want to transition your kid, go ahead. But there's laws for that. And listen, I break laws. Everybody breaks laws. The bottom line here is what happened yesterday with the University of Pennsylvania having to apologize publicly now. And Dan, I know we were talking about this last night when we were getting ready for today's show. People are saying, well, Donald Trump's mean. He's going to take money away from education. The bottom line, Donald Trump is the guy who created this environment where, with the help of Riley Gaines, who was really front and center in fighting this. And now that Penn has to apologize, and they agreed to apologize, and they're going to strip the titles of Leah Thomas and all the other men who won women's championships. That's fairness. You want to talk about equity, equality? Men, biological men, competing against women. So now I think every other school in the country, every high school, every college, every other organization that allowed a biological man to stand on the number one podium and take a championship away from a biological woman should have their title stripped. Every single one.
I think it's going to be. I suspect it's going to be a domino effect. That once this has happened, it's just the opposite of what happened originally. There was one college that allowed a man to compete as a woman, and then the rest followed, going, "Oh, well, if they're going to do it, we can do it." Now the opposite's going to happen. Is that now that Penn has done this, and they're giving back all what should have gone to women. All the rest of them are going to follow, I predict.
And they should, because you know why? It's the right thing. Spike Lee once said, Dan, do the right thing. Does he still say that, by the way? I haven't checked in on Spike Lee lately after the Knicks lost. I haven't seen or heard from him in a while.
I haven't listened to him watched him since that horrible movie he put out where he had a bunch of people flashing back to Vietnam, but they stayed as their old selves. Did you see that? The Five Bloods? Sorry, a little off topic.
No, I didn't see that. I saw the Five Crips, though, because I was West Coast. When you live in L.A. for 11 years, you got to go the Crips or the Bloods. You have to make a choice. You can't be neutral. in that situation.
Sorry
Anyway,
to hear you.
Alligator Alcatraz. And how fast do they build this thing? We can't fix a pothole without 6 guys showing up a week later. But they build in the middle of the... Now, remember, people are saying this is...
Contractors. Their contract, can they come over to our house and finish it up?
Yeah, we got to get that. Oh, by the way, we have breaking news. I got to get the breaking news sounder here. Is my machine on, Robin?
It should be.
It's not on here.
Uh-oh.
It's dead. Robin, turn it on, please.
It's on.
I
don't
can
know
give you
what.
some if you want it.
Yeah, give me a breaking news sounder here, because that's one of the things we do here. When news breaks, we fix it here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Alligator Alley is already on Google Maps.
Hey!
It's on Google Maps. So now when Robin and I are driving around trying to find stuff, because Robin doesn't like the navigation in my Ram 2500, because there's a lot of roads that are old, and if you don't update that thing,
yes,
it shows you that you'll be on a road and it won't even say what the road is because it's
no, it's suddenly like you're going through an open field. I'm like, no, we're not. We are on a road.
But Robin likes Google Maps because things like, hey, there's an item in the road a mile ahead. Is it still there? And it's like a piece of a truck tire that's shattered. And then everybody's excited. Hey, I reported that there was a piece of a... By the way, it wasn't even blocking traffic. So this is how anal people are. They're in their car, they have Google Maps, and then they see a piece of tire on the road, and they report it, and then you get that ding, ding, ding in your car, and I'm like, what happened? Is there a silver alert, an amber alert? No. There's debris in the road on I-75 here in Florida.
Not only does Google Maps alert you for debris on the road, but it'll say, police check ahead.
Well, that's the number one reason there. And by the way, we're showing on the YouTube channel, and welcome those who are joining us. You check that thing out. And what I love about this story is, Governor DeSantis and all the people who, this is a concentration camp. This is Dachau. This is Auschwitz. Go back a couple of years ago when we had people sitting in tents in the heat outside with no air conditioning, and obviously when it's cold, they gave them those the
metallic blankets.
Yeah, the metallic blankets to lay on. This place has air conditioning, running water, restroom facilities, and it houses 3,000 people. And this is what you do in a state when you have people who are being arrested, and these are not just people working at Home Depot, all right? These are the worst of the worst. And the bottom line is, Ron DeSantis, that's why he's the best governor in America, because he looks at property, he looks at the fact that, and then the environmentalists and all these old ladies that were there yesterday standing in line crying about criminals being put into a penitentiary where they have running water, toilets, food, and air conditioning, where it's been 90-plus degrees every single day here in Florida for the last 2.5 months and running. That's what happens here. It's tropical. This is an airport runway there. President Trump flew in there onto the runway. So this isn't in the marsh. This is a facility that's an actual operating airfield, not for commercial flights, but for military flights, for training missions. So they looked at the property, and the Attorney General here in Florida said, hey, you know what? We need a place so we don't have to send people, to New York or other states to hold them over until they are either deported or have their cases heard. So if you want cases heard of people who are here presumably illegally and who have committed crimes, this is how you do it. Am I wrong here, Dan? Am I wrong, Robin?
No.
Is there anything wrong with this facility? When we saw the building of it.
And speaking,
they have air conditioning units.
Yes.
Monster air conditioning units.
Speaking of air conditioning units, this segment is sponsored by D&K Appliances. D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or DKappliances.com.
Wow, Robin, a professional read there this morning. Let's give her a roaring round of applause,
Thank
shall we? Yeah, let's give her a roaring round of
It
applause.
sounds like I've done this before.
Hey guys, over on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@12WPHT, behind you guys, I have a YouTuber by the name of Dom Lucre. And
yes,
I love Dom Lucre. He's the what's this? It says Dom Lucre's something of
narratives. Dom Lucre's narratives is what he calls
Yes.
this whole thing. And what he did is he actually had the best footage I've seen yet of just walking around with the protesters.
And it's all these, and I don't get it. You know, I'm 73 now, so I'm a baby boomer too. But you won't see me out there holding up protest signs and covering my face with all of these whack jobs. I get it, you know, and people wearing like rainbow-colored shorts and and keffiyehs. What does the Palestine have to do with Alligator Alcatraz? I mean, these people have so many different get-ups depending on what they're going to protest this particular day.
There is one thing that they have in common, Tony.
What?
The funding.
Of course.
They're being all of these protests are all being funded by the same people.
I know. And they're standing on a bridge over the Everglades. And if you've ever been to the Everglades, I mean, it's massive.
Yes.
It's massive. And then these people pick one spot, and Dom Lucre goes out there, and then the guy holding up a bullhorn, and all these women with their Palestinian, their race. Didn't they realize now that Pride Month is over, these people have to trot out their pride gear, their keffiyehs, their I Stand With Ukraine, all the different flags that I got to tell you, this has been a great year for people who sell flags. I mean, I picked the wrong year not to get into the flag selling business, right?
Definitely.
I mean, how many flags do these people have? I just want one big, beautiful flag. I'm going to get a flagpole up on our property, Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Because the house today, we get grass. No, not the kind you smell everywhere when you walk around, regardless of where you live, whether it's Philly, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, wherever you're listening from. Grass. We are going to have grass installed on our lot. You know what that is?
The sod is coming.
The sod. Not the Marquis de Sade. He comes on the weekends when we celebrate the 4th of July. We'll get into the 4th of July today because it is the 4th of July. And one of the things I saw the other day is, I hate polls, but this poll was pretty interesting. I don't do the polls. Nobody's ever asked me to be in a poll. Now, I've been on a poll at local establishments in Philly when Harry Mays and I used to go to the clubs, and they would invite us to go there and dance on the pole. Oh. And there's video to document that.
There is.
But the poll is, are you proud to be an American? And here we are in 2025, right? Go back if you're old enough to remember 9/11. You remember 9/11? Regardless of who you voted for, who you are, where you stand politically, America came together as a nation, right? That was 25 years ago. Almost a quarter of a century ago. I mean, even the Dallas Cowboys were still far removed from their last Super Bowl when 9/11 happened. Yet people came together because we all still knew that America is the greatest place on earth. And for people who say it's not and they can leave, you can leave. That's the best part of America. That's the best part of having a car, getting in your car, your RV, your van, truck, your tent. You can travel from state to state to state in this beautiful country. The only thing you're going to get is toll booths, especially in Pennsylvania and Florida. That's where you have to pay the toll to get through. But for the most part, you can drive from every state, one state to another in all 50. Now, getting to Hawaii is going to be a little rougher. We haven't built that bridge yet. The bottom line is you're free to roam the country. You know, you're now free to move about the country, except Southwest is now charging you for luggage. So even they don't say you're now free to move about the country, which is an outrage. But anyway, I digress. You can travel anywhere you want in the United States. Nobody's going to pull you over and say, hey, you got a Florida license plate there, pal. What are you doing in my country, in my state? Try that in another country. Robin has traveled the world. I've traveled the world. You travel to another country. You respect that other country's laws and regulations, right, Robin?
Absolutely.
Like when you go back to the Netherlands, you don't always go back to the red light district, do you? You don't always go back to the windmills.
I didn't spend a lot of time in the red light.
You don't always go there to buy dope because now you don't have to go to the Netherlands to smoke dope in public. You can do it anywhere.
Kind of available everywhere.
Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. So anyway, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We're just getting started. It is a Wednesday. I want to thank Nick Kayal and Dawn Stenslin and even Greg Stocker. Now, normally, when Dawn or Nick take off, Greg Stocker, who's the guy in charge, even he stays working. But he took the whole week off too, right, Dan?
Yeah. I think he's off next week as well. Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Get off. Well, that's why you're.
And Phil's with us this morning, and the great Jim Kelly in the back. We got the whole. We're going to call ourselves.
Why you're filling in so much, Tony?
The E team. Is that what we're going to call ourselves?
Sure.
What do you call us?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
The A team. Yeah. Yeah. We can get a whole theme for it and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it. Yeah. There you go.
Meanwhile, the Phillies were rained out last night, and so yeah, we're going to take a break. Thank you for keeping me on the clock.
Sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let me give the phone number out. 855-839-1210. We'll take some calls today. I didn't do a big take. I'll do a big take tomorrow once I get more than 3 hours sleep. 855-839-1210. That's the number to call. We got the whole Penn thing. Women get a big victory yesterday against biological men stealing their titles in men's sport. The WNBA, I have a rant today on the WNBA. And I know Philly's getting a new team, but I will address the WNBA, not just coming to Philadelphia, but as a whole. And we got a lot of other stuff to get to. So we're just getting started. It's Kayal and Company. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's Marsh Madness for kids 14 and under who receive a branded Marsh basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Saturday, July 19th when the Phils face the Angels at 6:05. Get tickets at Phillies.com. Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly post-game concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at Phillies.com/theme nights.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wednesday morning, July 2nd, as we approach it's not Labor Day yet. Come on, the summer just started. Although it's been summer here for 3 months in Florida, and people complaining about the weather. A lot of rain yesterday. We need rain today, but after the grass is laid down. When you put sod down, that's what you pray. You pray for rain so the grass sticks. That's where we are in our lives here in Florida. It's Tony Bruno and Miss Robin in for Kayal and Company with the whole crew back in Philadelphia. People want to know where they're going to get their trash, take their trash. I saw the headline in the Inquirer. What was the headline? Yesterday, I guess it was ugly in Philly. There were like skirmishes. Basically, it was another Monday or Tuesday in Philadelphia, right? There were people fighting over. There's no fighting in trash. So what's going on with the trash strike? That's what I want to know.
Where residents were disrespected, where trash was actually thrown at them. And we cannot tolerate that. And any employee that is found in that situation will be held accountable.
People were throwing trash?
No, and even one of the striking city workers was arrested yesterday morning for allegedly slashing a Philadelphia Water Department's truck's tires, causing $3,000 in damage. A person was recorded opening fire hydrants on the block of Mayor Sherelle Parker's home.
Picket line dust-ups.
Yeah, so there's a lot of vandalism happening.
A
big incident over at Umbria Street, Domino Lane, Upper Roxborough.
Yeah, that's where all the antennas are.
And
that's Umbria. Yeah, that's a dump site up there. So it's actually a dump area. That if you've been up to Domino Lane,
there's a video that popped up showing a bunch of trash trucks, a dozen of them with their tires slashed. I don't have that available. I'll see if I can find that. But what happened? Officers showed up, and there was a group of striking workers preventing their entrance into the facility. So. Yes, as you're saying.
Wow.
It's almost like something you'd see on The Sopranos or The Wire at this point.
So District Council 33, for those who don't know, is probably the most powerful. I saw Governor Shapiro tweeting about, the first responders union, supporting him or whatever. And listen, obviously, getting a support from a union. Philly's a union town. But District Council 33, has Mayor Parker said anything about this? Because I saw the head of the union basically saying, they sat down, they met, they couldn't come to an agreement, and they went on strike. So they're still on strike, and now there's designated trash spots. I say take it down to the portal. This way people around the country can see it. If you're sympathetic with District Council 33... The portal. Remember that thing that they put?
Yes,
not
the portal.
The port.
I'm like, what are you
portal, Robin?
Can you throw it into it and will it end up in Dublin?
Yeah.
Yes, if you throw it into the portal, take your trash bag. Make sure it's in a bag. Make sure you got a big black bag and you tie it up tightly. We don't want trash strewn all over City Hall. We don't want our city damaged or, we don't want to have... Because here in Florida, I'll say this about this. When they cut the grass on the medians, on the sides of the roads, the guys out there who are cutting the grass have one of those big those things that you squeeze.
Yeah.
So if there's like somebody has a can or a bottle out there or something plastic or any kind of trash, and you don't see trash on the roads here in Florida. That's one thing I've noticed, because when they cut the grass, the employees that go out there, they have a trash can mounted on their mower, their riding mower, obviously, and they pick up the trash before they go over it. And if you go over trash with a lawnmower, you know what it does? It just shreds and everything flies. So then there's litter everywhere. So the bottom line is, this is a big deal. We got the Made in America.
Here's the thing, though, Tony.
Coming up, right? So what's going to happen?
Here, we've been hauling a lot of trash from that was spilled, and we put it in the back of the pickup truck, and we have a pickup truck liner, and by the time we get to a location where we can dump stuff, stuff is leaking out of the trash can, and it's a mess, but it's in the back of a pickup truck, so it's no big deal. Philadelphians, they have smaller cars to fit into small parking spaces. They they're usually not a pickup truck where it's open air. So you're telling me that people are either going to have to carry it because they have no car because there's no parking spaces anymore. Are they? And they're going to bring it. What are they going to do? Bring it on? I
don't know. That's a great listen.
There is footage of this if you guys want it.
So they do have some of those dumpsters, those walk-in dumpsters that you see.
You still have to get it to that point.
Yeah, can you hit that?
Walk.
Phil, W11.
Where is that? That looks like it's at Broad Street. Is that Broad Street?
Will deter us from delivering city services to our residents during this work stoppage. We will do everything that we possibly can to ensure that we're making your public health and safety our #1 priority. Trash and sanitation in particular. That's a major topic on everybody's mind.
Really?
How will the city dispose of my trash during this work stoppage? You know that there will be no residential collection of trash or recycling effective today on Tuesday, July 1st. Residents should refrain from placing any trash or recycling out for curbside collection until further notice. We are arranging for 63 temporary drop-off locations around Philadelphia where our residents can bring their trash in the event of any work stoppage. And this is one of them where we are holding this press conference.
That's your last one, you done? Yeah, I got a handful more.
The 4th of July celebration will go on as planned. We will be on the Parkway all day on the 4th of July. All 4th of July festivities will go on safely and successfully. We will be at Independence Hall in the morning, so please keep your holiday plans. District Council 33 has never been offered a contract of this value by any mayor in over 30 years in the city of Philadelphia, and I'm proud to be the mayor of this city who delivered in a tangible way. Now we just have to get back to the table and sit down and talk and figure out how we get to yes. Philadelphia, I'm an eternal optimist. We're here today. I'm not giving up.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. G-A-R-B-A-G.
Oh, it's such a mess there. You know what is not a mess, Tony Bruno? Celebrate your freedom to save a spring dance hot tub. Save up to
spring dance hot tub. Yes. I need one of those right now.
I know. We need one down here.
I got to get my foot in the tub. Should I put my foot in the tub? As old Eddie Murphy did on Saturday Night Live, for those who don't remember, when he put his foot in the hot tub doing James Brown. Remember those?
It's a fantastic segment.
Can I put my toe in the tub?
Well, anybody can, and you can save up to $5,000 on hot tubs, plus 50% off accessories. Buy 3 spa essentials, get 1 for just $1.
$1?
Yes. Visit springdancehottubs.com.
Beautiful. We're coming back. We'll take calls. We got more coming up on the trash strike. We got Donald Trump winning $16 million from Paramount, CBS. So much going on. I don't know if 4 hours is going to be enough to get this stuff in. We may have to stay on all day. No. Who's doing the Dawn show today, Dan?
Kathy Barnett's in.
Oh, Kathy Barnett. Awesome. Yeah. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll take it till then. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and you all know my respect for first responders. Join me once again in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 20th. You have tons of options. You can ride 65, 30, or 10 miles on the route from Philly to Atlantic City. And of course, be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210, as I'll be returning once again as captain of Team 1210. Join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action. Bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
James of the famous Flame putting the foot in the hot tub. The old Jimmy, back when Saturday Night Live was funny, remember? And he got the foot in the hot tub. Can I put my foot in the hot tub? God, that was classic stuff. Remember Saturday Night Live when it was funny?
It's been so long ago.
That's what she said. Meanwhile, you know what this segment? You know who the segment is sponsored by? Robin, he said. Let me fix my dentures here.
This segment is sponsored by Staples. I think I have a lot of Staples things around me right now.
Where's the button? Where's the red button? Do you have that one there?
I don't have an easy button.
We had an easy button in here.
No, I don't think we ever did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, well.
We need a new one, Staples.
It's not easy anymore. But how many times have we all said that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples, that was easy.
It was easy, Rob.
We have used it.
Robin, you have a very nice, smooth, professional delivery.
Oh, thank you. My voice sounds low this morning.
Well, that's because yeah, that's what people want. To think of yourself as the new Delilah.
Oh,
or
yes.
the new who else? Dr. Ruth. No, we have a friend who is the new Dr. Ruth.
Yes, Heather. Yes.
Well, and she's a Philly girl. We met here in Southwest Florida.
Dr. Heather.
Dr. Heather.
The sex doctor. She has a PhD. She's a therapist and a sex therapist. She's amazing. And she and I are going to start our own show.
Yes.
So
Miss Robin and Dr. Heather talking sex, relationships, and all the other good stuff that people love.
We are going to try, two of us are needed to try and fill Dr. Ruth's shoes.
Exactly right. Dr. Heather, keep an eye out on her. She's awesome. Great friend. She was walking by our house one day.
Yeah, she saw me wearing an Eagles shirt.
Yep.
And
there's so many Philly people down here. It's unbelievable.
Yes. It's like little Philly. Not little Italy, little Philly.
Not little Somalia. That's Minnesota if you want to go up there. And hey, do what you want. It's a free country. Anyway, we got a lot of stuff.
I hate to interrupt. Can I bring you guys back to SNL real quick and it not being funny anymore? Because I just want to bring to the table one quick point. My wife and I yesterday, because of the Big Beautiful Bill, went and watched the Schoolhouse Rock. I'm Just a Bill. And, it's always a great classic to watch. Then we went and stumbled upon the SNL version, which happened about 11 years ago. And just the irony, what happens in the SNL skit, to summarize real quick, they make fun of I'm Just a Bill with I'm Just an Executive Order. And in I'm Just an Executive Order, listen to it, what it is they're parodying. They feature Obama with the kid from the show, and take a listen as to how ironic it is today what we're talking about and what they're talking about in the skit 10 years ago.
Mr. President, is this constitutional?
Of course. Presidents issue executive orders all the time.
That's right. I could do lots of things. I'll create a national park or a new holiday.
Or grant legal status to 5 million undocumented immigrants.
Wait, what?
Yep, that's what you're going to do.
Oh, my God. Well, I didn't have time to read myself. Whoa!
Yeah, so the irony of it being actually the undocumented immigrants and the start of the whole immigration situation that we see playing out now with Alligator, Alcatraz, and all. It's ironic, guys.
Exactly, and that's the thing about people not having information. We live in an era where information should be the easiest thing you can access. I saw somebody mention this morning, what's something you never heard in the 1970s? Oh, I think I lost my phone. Nobody said that because nobody carried a phone around in the 1970s.
They were attached to the wall.
Payphone would send my kids to the mall, in Montgomery Mall, and I would have to pick them up and give them a quarter to call me when I could go pick them up.
Well, the word Google it, that's another thing.
Well, yeah, cell phone. So we live in an era where getting basic information, I mean any kind of information you want. Whether you go to Google, YouTube, anything you need, anything you want.
Here's the problem, though, Tony, is that in the last, I think, 8 years, we have come to distrust what you can find on the internet. We have come to learn that there is a very good chance that if you're looking something up, unless it's like a tutorial, but if you're looking up information regarding politics or news, there's a good chance that it's not real.
Well, exactly. But that's the point. You can look at things and then make your own mind. But if you're following far right, far left people who have agendas, you're never going to get the information that you seek. You're only going to get the information that you want to hear. That's how I've always been a common sense guy. Not a Democrat or Republican. Obviously, you grew up in Philly, you're a Democrat. Everybody's a Democrat in Philly. I knew that from the day I was born in 1952. And that's the way it is. That's the way it is in most big cities. But you can get the information now. You can find out what's going on. And so that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that lack of common sense. I believe it was, who's the guy that's in jail now for messing around with little girls? When he said, use your Kelly, remember? He said, use your common sense. How many people are using their common sense these days?
Yeah, but maybe we shouldn't be taking advice from R. Kelly.
Oh, no, but I'm saying that's one of the most poignant things he said.
It is.
When he was being interviewed and they were trying to throw him in jail.
I guess
use your common sense.
I guess even pedophiles make sense every now and then.
Exactly. Meanwhile, I mentioned before we went to the break, Paramount, CBS, they're going to have to crank out more episodes of Ghost because Donald Trump, and by the way, this wasn't a settled lawsuit. They gave in. Remember when Kamala Harris was on during the campaign and she went on 60 Minutes?
Yes.
And then they did an interview where everybody said that it was edited, highly edited.
Right.
And then CBS kept denying that the interview was highly edited.
The answer that she gave in actuality was not the answer that they played.
They cleaned it up. And listen, a lot of shows, when they tape an interview, they'll clean things up, pauses, because for time constraints.
Yes.
And 60 Minutes only has 60 minutes.
Edit an actual answer. It's another thing to put a different answer from a different question into the answer of that question.
So anyway, Donald Trump was crying about it, even though he beat Kamala Harris in the election. He sued CBS because they never released the unedited interview or the transcript. And the media, the few media people who care about things like, well, wait a minute, she didn't really say that. That's an edited interview. So CBS, Paramount, which are the same company now, and that's why the CBS people are crying, because they know the media is now being punished for their own sins. And that's, as a media guy for most of my life, it bothers me to see this. The media now has been absolutely savaged. Trump just got $16 million. They didn't go to court. They can't even get through discovery now. That shows you how corrupt the media is. Media having to settle lawsuits before discovery shows that they're admitting guilt. They don't want a prolonged trial. They don't want litigation. They just say, here's $16 million. Get away from us. And you're seeing it more and more now where media companies are being sued for libel, for misrepresentation, for falsely editing information. And that's why I say, get your information, try to find the facts, and then come back and see me, as the great Jim Calhoun, once the coach at the University of Connecticut, once said to a media member. Get some facts and come back and see me. You got that? Beautiful.
I do. Speaking, can I just give some love to our YouTube chat room? Dr. Phelan McGroin.
Oh, I know that guy.
Yes.
We all know that feeling.
Yes. She's saying, we are getting the husband and wife dynamic in between all the news and such. How Miss Robin deals with Tony, I will never know.
18 years and counting, pal. You know why? I have her trained well. Actually, I don't.
Oh.
I'm joking. It's a joke, folks.
Yes.
Robin and I argue every day. That's what makes a healthy relationship. You can't agree on everything, and we don't agree on everything. We pretty much don't agree on anything. No, we do. We agree on most things.
We agree on most things. It's the important things that we agree on. It's the other stuff.
You two are adorable.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm especially adorable with my Pee-Pee Longstocking.
Pippi Longstocking? Is it Pee-Pee or Pippi?
Pippi.
You said Pee-Pee.
She definitely said Pee-Pee.
Yes, you did, Robin. Let's go to the tape. No, I'm just kidding. We don't do anything.
Pee-Pee.
We got a break, guys.
All right, we're going to take a break. Coming back. We're going to take some calls, too, this morning. You know the phone number, 855-839-1210. No matter where you're listening from, where you are out there in the world, out there everywhere, uptown, downtown, crosstown, at the trash dump, wherever you're listening to us from. Maybe you're heading down to Alligator, Alcatraz to go protest today, or Los Angeles to go block a highway to protest having to go to work by going onto a highway and blocking it. Whatever you choose to do today, we're glad you're listening to us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's a What Up Wednesday, July 2nd already. Where is this year going? We're halfway through. And you know what it is? It's an outrage.
You know it's not an outrage, though, Tony?
What's that, Robin?
Our weather. Our weather this morning is sponsored by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com.
And down here in Florida, we are into hurricane season. And so you'll see all kinds of generator ads and storm window ads.
Sponsors we need down here.
I know. Every single sponsor.
Are you listening?
We will not take pay for doing these. And we'll be back tomorrow, too. So that's a warning. Or it's a tease. We'll be back again tomorrow morning on the Thursday edition as we get ready for the 4th of July. And we're going to talk about the 4th of July coming up later because it's weird, the surveys out there, how people suddenly have changed their mind about patriotism. And again, patriotism could be anything. It's not just having a flag or wearing a flag shirt or having served the nation. People can be patriotic. Basically, it's loving your country because it is the greatest country on earth. And I've been saying that every single show that I've done over the last 50 years. God bless America. It's still the greatest country on earth. And if you don't think that anymore, that's your problem, not mine. Because if you don't think this is the greatest country on earth, you can leave. You can leave.
I think everybody that thinks that the U.S. is not the greatest country on earth, they need to be required to travel.
Exactly.
Because if you travel anywhere else in the world, there are other countries that are absolutely wonderful and beautiful. But until you travel and really understand what's going on in the rest of the world, you can't appreciate what the United States has to offer.
Exactly.
That's my little PSA for this morning.
Sorry, just had to, get that for effect there.
Yes.
Back to you guys.
By the way, here in Florida, there is a tent for fireworks like every block.
Yes.
So if you come to Florida for the 4th of July, they don't stop. I know a lot of cities, we're not going to do 4th of July because of Trump. 4th of July, you celebrate it when you want. But the thing about fireworks, it used to be hard. You used to have to drive like to Delaware if you lived in Philly to go find or south of the border down there in North Carolina, South Carolina, where Pedro was selling fireworks. Remember that when you used to make the drive down if you're going from the Northeast all the way down to Florida, South Carolina, wherever? Now you can buy fireworks everywhere. Walmart, Kmart, anything. And now there's tents literally at every block, gigantic tents selling fireworks. So be careful out there, right? We're coming back. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
7 o'clock hour underway, and you know what that means, kids. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin filling in for Kayal and Company on second. And this is the hour everybody waits for. Because, you know, if you're a regular listener to this program, every Wednesday I make my appearance on Kayal and Company for the never-ending cut sheet. Now, at our lot, we had to have a cut sheet for the final grade. So I kept hearing the cut sheet, the cut sheet, the cut sheet, the cut sheet. And you do the final grade so you can pass inspection and then get your CO to own the house. So whenever I hear cut sheet, I don't think about the lot being paved and get ready for sod to be put down, Robin. What do you think of when you hear the cut sheet?
I was very confused, too, when they kept asking me for the cut sheet. I'm like, why do you need to know that?
The cut sheet comes up, and we'll start at what, about 7:15, Dan?
Yeah, 7:15 or 7:30, whatever you're feeling, Tone.
And we let it run as long as it needs to run. You got to let it breathe. You got to let it marinate.
Now, Tony, in the chat room, speaking of chat room,
forget, like the show.
Yes, make sure that you give the show a thumbs up.
Yeah, we only got 9 thumbs up. Come on, people.
This is an outrage.
Bang that subscribe button. Bang that like. 9 likes.
And share it.
Really?
And share it to all of your friends and family on social media. You are not watching the YouTube channel, even if you can't watch it forever and you just want to listen, at least go onto YouTube and subscribe and like.
Then you can watch it, and then later on, if you can't listen live, you can watch the replay on YouTube.
Yes.
You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. So people say, how do we get you if you're on in Philly? Well, now with the internet, we're on live radio.
Exactly.
So this isn't an actual podcast. Like our shows that we do, and we haven't been doing them on Friday nights until we get this house thing done and our internet's connected. But when you do, over the air radio, this is it. People say, why? We don't hear you on the radio. I'm on the radio every week on Kayal and Company. And, with podcast, you can listen to them later.
Digital radio, Tony, not a podcast, digital radio.
Digital radio. It's radio.
Now,
I do.
So the people in the chat room are discussing the big, beautiful bill and how a lot of people, including myself, I am not happy with the way
Didn't you hours of Senate staffers reading the big, beautiful bill all night long?
I did
while
not.
The actual senators went home and went to bed?
I did not listen to all 16 hours of it.
And again, everybody, you can look at it.
But here's the thing,
when they bring out bills and it's like a 10-foot tall pile, like tax bill, time to read that. Look at New Jersey. New Jersey's budget, which was announced yesterday, $58,782 million. That's what they do. Every state spends more and more money, and you know whose money that is? That's yours. The federal government spends our money. The city of Philadelphia spends our state of Pennsylvania, the state. Luckily, here in Florida, there's no state income tax.
Tony, here's what I don't understand, and I would love for somebody to explain this to me, how this can happen. The big, beautiful bill that Trump presented to everybody, for everybody to read, and we knew what was in it, is not what was passed. There has been...
Of course there is. No bills are as passed. It's going back to the House now, where they'll massage it, slap it up, rip it, and rub it down.
My point is, why is Trump still behind this if it's not what he presented anymore?
Because anytime any politician presents a bill, any kind of bill, listen, I'm not here defending Trump. I'm just write the bill. He didn't write this. People write it for him, just like any other politician. Like AOC, she hasn't passed one piece of legislation, yet she's on the internet lying that there isn't one single undocumented American who's receiving Medicaid. It's a lie.
Yes.
But they have you believe. I had some guy come at me on Twitter yesterday, where I was only on for a couple minutes, and say, nobody who's illegally in the country is receiving federal assistance. That's nonsense. They are getting Medicaid. They're not getting Medicare. They want Medicare because Medicare, what I have, is after working all of your life. And you still have to pay with Medicare. Medicare's not free. They still take money out of my Social Security check every month. So it's not free. So anyway, what do you want to say?
Take a quick break because we're having issues technologically, and we just got to do a quick refresh here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. But
Sadie, can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, it's a common thing. So we're getting calls for it. We're getting it on YouTube, and we are indeed aware of it. So if we take a quick break on the other side, we'll have it back to normal, I think.
All right. Well, just hit Control Alt Delete, reset it, reboot it,
unplug it,
call HR, call anybody you need to call.
We'll be right back.
And we'll be right back.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
I'm just a kid. I'm 6. I'm 9. I'm 4.5. And I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack.
And I know that you want to do all that you can do to help me. But you might not know
about all the different stuff that can make me have an asthma attack. are all the simple things you can do to fight my asthma. You can fight it with a bear. You can fight it with a duck.
You can fight it with a wrench.
Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites.
Dry off rubber duckies and fix leaks to get rid of mold.
Cause mold can start my asthma attacks too.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Thanks for doing all you can to help me out.
Cause I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. Sing it, Shaka. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. Tell me something good. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin, filling in for Kayal and Company on July 2nd, 2025. You got your fireworks? See, growing up as a kid, we used to have the firecrackers in that little package, and you'd light the whole thing up, and it would go. And then we'd have the cherry bombs, not the song "Cherry Bomb," which is a classic. I think Phil Almquist will be playing a block of that later on. But anyway, we got a lot to talk about. The cut sheets coming up. We're back in the air everywhere.
We thank everybody for watching. The big beautiful bill.
And I'm tired of the big beautiful bill, to be honest with you.
Well, Tony, I mean, it's a big deal though, and I understand that the reason why there's all this pork added into it is to different districts, different states want things for their states, so they add things to it so that it gives incentives for them to say yes, even if they want to say no. I get all that. What I don't get is why Trump is still so, he's saying it's still perfect. He's not
saying it's still perfect.
Yes, he is. You have
tape?
Well, I don't have the tape.
Again, Robin, it's easy to verify stuff if you look. If you just read, CNN, which lies every single day. And listen, all these news channels lie. Let's be honest. But CNN's promoting an app that tells people how to go evade ICE agents.
The problem is we have Trump has all been, and everybody voted for trimming the fat. Trimming and getting rid of spending.
Of course, we all want that.
And this is now adding to our deficit like $5 billion more, or even more than that, than what we had been talking about before. So this is frustrating. It's frustrating to
Robin,
me.
you know what the problem is with talking about these kinds of stories? People don't know what $5 billion is or $2 trillion is. It's all monopoly money. It's all play money. Nobody understands how much money that is. People are complaining about the money for border security going up, the amount of money we need for border security. They're mad at that. They're mad at, listen, the difference between the government and you and me and everybody else watching this is that when we charge things on our credit cards, we have to pay them or just keep paying. And guess what? The government is paying more interest every day on the debt than we are taking in. So when you live like that and you're the government, you don't have to worry about it because nothing's going to happen except states like New Jersey and California and Minnesota can keep raising taxes and then making you pay for their pork and their mistakes. They'll jack up the taxes. I just saw something in Chicago where they're now charging people $1.20 for a bottle of water for a water fee. A water fee. People are posting ads, posting the receipts because they find ways. If you look at your receipts now, you'll be surprised at all the different junk that businesses are adding to try to make more money. And the thing with the eggs, we went to the Waffle House the other day. We hadn't been to a Waffle House in years. So Robin and I are driving back from Tampa, where we went up to pick up some stuff and see our friends Dean and his wife and have dinner up there. And I said, let's go to a Waffle House. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going home. We're tired. Going to a Waffle House. Guess what Waffle House just did? They dropped their egg Because everybody that was making egg product, every Waffle House, every
we were kind of
restaurant,
surprised that the prices were as high as they were at Waffle House, and now they
aren't high because
well,
if you do a la carte, because they took away the extra charge because egg prices went up. But guess what? Egg prices have come down, so they removed that extra charge. But most businesses don't do that. Once they jack the price up, they have no incentive to take it back down, even though the price of eggs everywhere has come down. And then Trump had nothing to do with it. It's called the dead chickens who were all killed because of one chicken having a bird flu means that they have to produce new chickens. And new chickens grow fast, Robin. That's how it works.
Well, 91 Little Sixers says Tony keeps deflecting to other topics when questioned about the $5 trillion deficit increase.
What am I deflecting to? I don't know what $5 trillion is. I don't know
It's
what
a
$1 billion. I know it is. But for people to sit there and pretend that they're experts on the economy and they know the difference between $5 trillion and
Tony,
$5 billion.
it's not about what you know, whether.
So what can we do,
we should
Robin?
be complaining about it.
I'm complaining about it. How's that going to fix anything? It's not that I care. I care because you know what I care about? Just like everybody else. I care about paying my bills. I care about if I have a credit card bill, I can't say, well, you know, I'm spending more than I'm making. You can't do that in the real world. Politics isn't the real world. These are criminals who get jobs and having not accomplished anything. Most of them, not all of them. Most of these politicians get into politics so they can enrich themselves off the government teat. They have more vacation days than anyone on the planet. They're not even going to work the month of August. All right, I'm supposed to feel bad about politicians? I despise politicians. I can't name one politician that I respect. Seriously, because they're not good people. And I'm not saying every single one of them. I'm saying that the bottom line is, if you want to sit here and bitch about the Build Back Better, big, beautiful bill, go right ahead. How is that making your life better when you try to tell me that you know about economies and how much $5 trillion is and $5 billion is and all that other stuff? You don't know.
Tony, you know
Nobody
who
knows.
does? You know who definitely knows what
Who knows,
either $5
Robin?
billion or $5 trillion is?
Who?
First Bank. And this segment has been sponsored by First Bank.
I don't think they got $5 billion in
I
it.
don't know.
Maybe they do.
Maybe they do. Ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Exactly. So again, you know,
and we'll be right back.
Having talk radio shows pretend that they know what they're talking about. Economists don't know what they're talking about. The guy in charge of the Fed doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll come back. We'll take your calls. But I'm not going to spend 4 hours on the 4th of July week talking about the big, beautiful bill. There's nothing you can do about it or I can. Any bill that you see in Washington, they had morons sitting up there for 16 hours reading it. And I'm supposed to take these people seriously? Come on, man. We're coming right back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT with the cut sheet still in.
Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
What up Wednesday morning, 4th of July weekend coming up. And while people want to talk about the big, beautiful bill, we'll talk about the big, beautiful bill, all right? Just tell me what you want to talk about. To me, it's boring. It's all gobbledygook. Everybody can be outraged. I'm outraged. But guess what? I live in Florida, so I'm not really outraged about much. My Social Security isn't taxed. My income isn't taxed. So you make choices.
And pretty soon, we are hoping, crossing fingers, praying, whatever works for you, that DeSantis is going to not tax seniors.
And property taxes are going to be lowered.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what you wait.
Amazing.
You have a choice. You can live in any state you want. And I'm not saying one state's better than the other. It's America. Everything looks the same. There's different mountains of water and no water, arid deserts. You can live wherever you want. That's what makes America great. But not a political slogan.
We should do one last thing on the big, beautiful bill.
Should we go to Ed and Delran?
Let's go to Ed and Delran.
Ed, I think, has it all broken down. Ed?
Tony
Good morning.
Bruno is a great fill-in host, and I will boast about how great of a fill-in host you are. So,
well, thank you, Ed.
Here's the deal. The problem with Congress is everybody wants something.
Exactly.
Hey, that's the problem, and it's been that way forever. Even Reagan, when he got stuff passed, he said, hey, it's not perfect, but this is the best we're going to get. That's the problem.
You're exactly right, and everybody knows it. Mm-hmm. And then everybody bitches, regardless of who the president is, about, how are we going to cut the deficit? You think, when you see the debt clock, right, you see those numbers, what does that mean to you? Yeah. I see my debt clock, when I go in and look at my bank account and look at my Fidelity account. That's my debt clock. Exactly. The government's debt, again, what can anybody do about it? What can anybody do about it? And by the way, if this big, beautiful bill doesn't pass and the taxes, and there's no tax decrease, and I know the Democrats claim that it's, only the rich people are going to get tax breaks. That's nonsense. No. The bottom line is, wait till you see what your tax bill is if this thing gets shut down. Hey, wait till you see it, because the Democratic Party has always been the tax and spend party. Right. I've known it because I've been a Democrat 99% of my life. It's the tax and spend party. They never want to cut anything.
No. And you know what? And the people in New Jersey are going to get Phil Murphy's last screw job with his budget.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to cost us $1 billion.
That's where to me, to talk about the national debt, nobody can. But you got to go after your local officials. That's what it is. In Philadelphia, we got no trash being picked up, and you got the mayor who basically can't do anything against the most powerful union in the city, District Council 33. So she's trying to make it look like, well, I'm doing something, instead of sitting down and getting this thing hammered out. But because she doesn't have any money, and SEPTA doesn't have any money, and the city has schools with no air conditioning, while people are complaining about criminals in Alligator, Alcatraz, allegedly not having air conditioning when they do. How about worrying about the real world problems, like why our kids in school don't have air conditioning still in 2025? How about worrying about what Phil Murphy and his tax and spend guys in New Jersey are going to do to you if you live in the Garden State, if you have the mansion tax? You heard that one, right? If you live in New Jersey and you sell your house, you're going to get banged even more for selling your house and making a profit. And it's not making a profit. You invest in your home, and that's why here in Florida, Ron DeSantis, people bought their homes for $30,000 15 years ago, and now these homes are worth $500,000. Should those people pay and get punished for owning a home that went up, that they built, and have to now pay taxes based on the value of their current home? That's not fair.
That's ridiculous.
These are people living on fixed incomes. How are they going to pay a tax on a home that's worth now $400,000
or more
if they paid $30,000 for it? Why should they be punished for being successful, owning a property, paying your bills, and then having a house that's worth more money than you could ever imagine? A lot of people sell and they take the money and then they go into a condo or someplace else. You have choices with your money. You don't have your choices when the government takes your money. They'll do whatever they want with it, and you can't do anything to stop it.
Right on. And let me tell you what, before I go, I just got to say, Robin makes me feel divine because she sounds so fine.
Gosh,
Why,
that
thank
might
you.
be the worst of all time we've had yet.
Is that the worst pun?
Come on.
What do we
I
call
liked it.
those?
That might be. I'm biased though. It was magic. It was magical, just like kitchen magic.
That's like kitchen magic,
just
exactly.
Like kitchen. If you this segment is brought to you by Kitchen Magic. Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen, which I hope we are going to do soon, from Kitchen Magic. American made, family owned, and tariff proof because it's made in the United States. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Tasha Neal on my X feed at Tony Bruno Show. You can follow me on X at Tony Bruno Show. Tasha says $5 billion is nothing compared to the bleep show this country will be when our taxes go up because it wasn't passed. Remember, if this isn't passed, that's the first thing you worry about. Are your taxes going to go up or are they going to go down? That's all I care about. I don't want to pay more taxes for nothing. We're coming right back. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets or light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many unique, satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yes, what's on the cut sheet? Today brought to you by Dan Borowski. Rather than Greg Stocker, Greg enjoying some very well-deserved time off. Tony Bruno here hosting with the great Miss Robin. Tony, Miss Robin, how you doing? Just checking in again.
Beautiful. You know I love the cut sheet. I live for it every single week. No other day of the week excites me as much. as Wednesday's cut sheet.
Wednesday's cut sheet every week, and you hear Tony Bruno, not just this week, joining Kayal and company. But first, let's start it, guys. Let's head to Los Angeles, the 6th Street Bridge, where 150 to 200 protesters, roll a B-roll there, Phil, go to the bridge and stop traffic. And we see this again and again.
That's right.
And it's ridiculous where you have protesters holding up what could be emergency services and such. Your thoughts on a situation like this where we have protesters blocking these lanes, Tony and Miss Robin?
That's why God invented the steamrollers and water cannons and rubber bullets and rubber bullet baby bunkers.
Well, I do think...
I mean, here it is. It's July 1st. Gas taxes just went up in California, right? You got people being arrested. But what do the people do on July 1st? They take it to the streets and go on a bridge to shut it down to protest what? What are they protesting?
You know, I find it very interesting in the countries and states where they have now said it's okay to continue driving. Like if you feel threatened by these protesters, if they're coming at you, they're banging on your car because you're trying to get through and you feel threatened by them, they have now said that it's okay to keep driving. Those countries and states, gee, the protests on the streets have stopped.
Now, have you seen these clowns? It goes on. These idiots are doing line dances on the bridge to protest ICE. Yeah, let me get this straight. So they're on the bridge. They block traffic. They have signs, "We're taking the city back," and they take the city back by line dancing on a bridge in Los Angeles. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, I want someone out there, and I lived in L.A. for 11 years. I want someone to explain to me how this fixes anything. How do you take back your streets when you don't go to work and you just go out and line dance like idiots?
Phil, can you roll that footage of the line dance that Tony's referencing?
Yeah, they are. Look at these geniuses.
Which sign? Ice out of LA.
Yeah.
They're doing achy breaky heart?
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
Except I think it's in Spanish. It's achy breaky heart in Spanish.
Hey, it always sounds better.
Yeah,
it's sexier in Spanish.
I'm going to take 3 seconds of it just to fade it back up there. And
yeah, let's see these clowns. How many different clowns? Flags, keffiyehs.
Oh, man.
See, now here, let me ask you a question. This is for everybody that's listening.
Well, I would hope so, because then they wouldn't hear it if they weren't listening, Robin.
I'm just saying it's not just for you. If you see something like that as a protest and it's inconveniencing you or maybe even putting you in danger or a person that you're carrying in danger, you're trying to get to a loved one or, I mean, whatever it is, you could lose your job, whatever might happen. Would that protest sway you in their favor? This is the stupid, exactly the stupid thought process. It is doing the exact opposite of what they want. They are inconveniencing people. So now you're
for no reason. What are they accomplishing?
It's just
protesting is to accomplish something.
Yeah.
When you stand in the street and block other people from going about their daily business, you're not gaining. Nobody's saying, "Yeah, hey, fight it, man, fight the power." What power?
No.
Clowns.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So let's go now to Florida, where we have the opposite situation, as you guys mentioned, with the protesters who have to move out of the way because they're trying to block ICE agents from doing their job with Alligator Alcatraz. And before we go down to Florida, great friend of the show, Michael Pelka, was kind enough to provide us with a great song. Tony Bruno, he loves you, Michael Pelka.
I love Michael Pelka, too. By the way, his nephew advanced at Wimbledon while all the other big seeds are getting knocked the hell out in the first round, including Coco Gauff.
Yeah, it's nuts. And Riley, his nephew, is just massive. I think he's over 7 feet, isn't he, or close to it? And
I've never stood next to him, but he is a tall man, so I don't know where Michael Pelka got his length from, so to speak.
So before we take our field trip down to Florida with President Trump, here's some Opelka original.
Oh, I like it. It's got a good beat. You can dance to it. I give it a 75.
Down in the swamp where the mangroves creep, Alligator alley don't let you sleep. Gators in the water, pythons in the grass, pray the chain on your ankle.
Did Beyonce cover this with her new country album?
Alligator alley, no way out. Swamp's got teeth, hear the inmates shout. Yeah. Steel bars ain't the only thing to fear. The Everglades whisper
song from Michael Pelka and President Trump offering some advice to those. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Miss Robin. Your thoughts on the song
I
first.
had no idea.
That's a good song.
Yeah, it is.
That is good.
I didn't realize his voice was so good.
He specifies it's not him singing, but it is his creation. So I don't know if it's AI or if it's what, but I didn't dig further there. But Michael Pelka, thank you so much. And as you heard there, Alligator Alley, dangerous place with some bars. And President Trump offers some advice to those who might find themselves down there in Alligator Alley if they try to escape. Take a listen. Oh, sorry about that, Phil.
Alligator Alley says it's the idea that it's dumb that we just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something. I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators are, but we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay?
Can you guys verify that as Florida residents that if you run in zigzag rather than a straight line, your chances go up 1%?
Serpentine. We learned that from the movie The In-Laws. Serpentine.
That was in the movie Serpentine?
Yeah.
Well, I learned it from the what's the movie with the golf, where what's his face, the comedian, tries to get the golf ball out of the alligator's mouth. By the way, if you live on Happy Gilmore, if you live on fresh water here in Florida, whether it's a development, there's alligators. Alligators are standing on the sides of the roads.
Actually, we just went. We stopped off at Dairy Queen for breakfast the other day.
Yep.
On our way up to the house.
You got to stop. What? Dairy Queen has breakfast?
Yes.
Like actual like breakfast sandwiches. We're not talking like you didn't have hot dogs for breakfast, did you?
Wait, I'm sorry.
No, it was lunch.
It was lunch.
It was lunchtime.
It was lunch.
Sorry.
But I got the 2 for $5. We got the 2 chicken fingers and a cheeseburger for $5.
Is their food actually good at Dairy Queen?
Yeah, I haven't been to Dairy Queen since it was just a milkshake place
Me
back
too.
in Connecticut.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you had to wait for the first day of spring for Dairy Queen to open.
Okay,
now it's like a restaurant. Now they got everything, chicken.
But I have to show you this.
Here it is.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
This was in the Dairy Queen parking lot, right there.
It says no truck access.
And then right underneath there, it
Warning:
says warning.
possible presence of alligators.
Oh, that's great.
So we're there. We're not only breaking the news, we're there being part of the news. We see alligators all the time. And guess what? They're not going to bite you if you don't go near them.
No?
They don't really want to bite you. They don't want to eat you.
Have you ever
They want to bask in the sun, and you happen to be on the golf course where they live. You know what I mean?
Gators, for the most part, are not going to try and attack you now. That doesn't mean that I'm going out swimming anywhere. That's a whole different story. I don't know. I wouldn't take my chances in a swamp.
I'm going to make a detour here. If you could, W19B there, Phil. This is footage, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Footage of alligator seen outside Alligator Alley. This provided by, again, your guys' friends, Dom Lucra. Let's see. Yep.
Love alligators.
Yeah. So this is actually footage shot right outside near the protesters of alligators.
By the way, if you travel on I-75 from southwest Florida, say Fort Myers, Naples, that area, and you go across Alligator Alley, that used to be, there was no fences.
Oh, look, that's on the road.
Yeah, well, that's in the middle of the Everglades, Robin.
Yeah, I know.
That's what they do. They're everywhere.
They are
That's
everywhere.
their house. It's like going into the ocean and expecting the sharks to give way to you. You're going into their house. And as somebody once said, you come into our house, you deserve to get your behind whooped.
Now, here's a lot of the people, including Trump, have said gators and boas. That's not the most dangerous. The most dangerous going through swamps are the poisonous snakes. Like the water moccasins and stuff like that. They will bite you. They are aggressive.
But people don't realize that this piece of land is not right in the middle of the swamp. It's not an environmental hazard to put this tent there. They have air conditioning. They have food, water. These people are not going to be there for years like the January 6th people. They're going to be processed and then either released or deported. That's how it works.
Yeah.
That's why Ron DeSantis is the best governor in America.
There's going to be at present down there, doctors, lawyers,
Indian chiefs,
attorneys, so that they're going to have all the due process that they need right there, rather than it going through the regular state.
And people calling it Auschwitz and concentration camp, and I mean, it's insane. Just stop lying to people, okay? People can see for themselves.
Phil, do you have W05AB, just while Tony's talking here? I just want to put this up there because it's the footage of the inside, or any of the B-roll footage of the inside. I see it right there.
It's an airfield that's operational. They built it in a week.
I have stayed.
We can't even build a stage at the art museum because we're going to have trash on the steps for the what's it called? Is it Wawa still sponsoring this thing?
The America.
What's the concert on the Parkway this weekend that's still going to go on, even if it's loads of trash? Right? Made in America, yeah. I can't believe the mayor is allowing Made in America to be mentioned.
I have stayed
Welcome America is what it's called now. Sorry
Welcome America.
Yeah, Welcome
in youth hostels. I've stayed in youth hostels that are worse than that.
Absolutely.
No air conditioning. I had to walk down 3 flights of stairs to go to the bathroom.
Both ways, uphill in the snow. By the way, we have juvenile detention centers in cities like Philadelphia that are worse than Alligator, Alcatraz. Those people aren't going to see alligators. There's no alligators anywhere near there. You have to walk all the way out to the perimeters in the middle of the Everglades, and nobody does that because nobody got time for that.
W05E, after taking a tour, Trump sat down, gave a press conference, and offered his general thoughts on what he saw through the day. Why don't we take a listen to what Trump had to say?
It's a great honor to be deep in Florida, the Florida Everglades, to open America's newest migrant detention center. It's incredibly built, and you're seeing that yourself. That's why I said, let the press join us on our walk so they can see what's happening. It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country where they came from. Quite a few. We're amazed at actually the number. We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for the free luxury hotel rooms, where he's paying hundreds of millions of dollars in New York City, and we used it to build this project. And Narana was just a little fraction of that money.
Much better use of the money, huh, guys?
Yes. You would think. I mean, I pay taxes in Florida. I'm happy that they could build this thing in 1 week. That's what happened during the hurricane, Hurricane Ian.
Yeah.
They had the roads opened in days here in Florida.
Well, speaking of 1 week and Hurricane Ian, that exact same facility, except maybe without the gates inside, the caged areas.
They're not really cages, though, Robin.
No, but they're locked in. Each individual unit has a cage around it so that it can be locked. But without those cages, everything that you see in there, the air conditioning, the flooring, the beds, everything else is exactly what was used by our emergency service workers during things like Ian. They come down here, not the poll workers. What do you call them? The
electrical crews from all over the country. They're here now.
That's what they've been sleeping
in Florida here in hurricane season, which is officially underway. You will see electric trucks parked everywhere in case there's a storm, because Governor DeSantis doesn't wait until after the storm hits. He prepares before any potential storms. That's why power line crews from all over the country are out there securing things, and making sure stuff is ready just in case we get hit by another hurricane. Even it doesn't have to be like Ian, which was the worst hurricane ever.
Right, and that's why this was able to be built so fast, is because all of this equipment, the tents, the beds, the flooring, the air conditioning units, they were already ready for the next major hurricane.
Exactly. I call it Gator Gitmo. I like Gator Gitmo more than Alligator Alcatraz. We may have to do a poll. I know if Greg Stocker were here, he'd say, let's do a poll. Alligator Alcatraz or Gator Gitmo?
Gator Gitmo.
You make the call.
Tongue better.
You make the call, ladies and gentlemen.
Gator Gitmo.
This is a true democracy. You vote. Can we put that up on the poll? Now, I know Greg does it. Who could do it? Is Jim Kelly?
Phil's got it. Phil's
got it. Phil's got it.
Awesome.
Poll question of the day. Alligator Alcatraz, because Alcatraz is not really a proper name, because Alcatraz is an island in the San Francisco Bay. So you really can't call this Alligator Alcatraz because there already is an Alcatraz and there's only one. But you got Gitmo, which is the facility where many of the criminals, the 9/11 guys, are still sitting there. Gitmo, Gator Gitmo. I'm going to recommend we change it to Gator Gitmo instead of Alligator Alcatraz. Who's with me?
9 votes in already. 14 votes in. 17 votes in. Tony, you are killing it, man. It's like 80 to 20 right now. YouTube.com/.
I'm an 80-20 kind of guy.
Votes rolling in quickly at 1210 WPHT on YouTube. About the cost to Americans, you guys were talking about how this was kind of already there, but Trump kind of delves into the difference of how much this costs, or how much immigration costs American under Biden versus himself. Take a listen.
In total, the average illegal alien costs American taxpayers an estimated $70,000. That's each. $70,000. I think that number is even low. If you care about balancing the budget, the single most impactful step we can take is to fully reverse the Biden migration invasion. One of the worst invasions we've ever had. We've never had an invasion like this. We've had invasions, but we've taken care of them. We've never had an invasion like this. And it's with us. And we have some very bad people out there looking to do big harm. That's why the one big, beautiful bill includes funding for 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents, and I've gotten to know the Border Patrol and ICE very well.
In the bill, guys, currently it stands $10 billion, the annual budget for ICE. Under the new version that passed the Senate, agency would refuse an infusion of more than $100 billion through 2029. That's $45 billion for detention facilities, $46 billion for border wall operations, $14 billion for deportation operations. A lot of pushback online on the left as to the funding of ICE, essentially saying, oh, here's Trump getting his own police force finally. Your thoughts on the spending increase here for ICE? What do you think?
Because we need ICE. ICE is not just something that Trump came up with. ICE has been around forever. It's the Immigration Control Agency, right? Immigration Control
Correction.
Whatever, you know what it is. What it is what it is, someone once said. Anyway, these are the same people, who don't want to spend money on this and that, but they were mad about border security. They were mad about a border wall, and now they're mad about a prison, and not even a prison, an open-air, air-conditioned facility that houses 3,000 people, most of them for days, some of them for weeks, and very few for months before they're either deported, go face their hearing, and that's the way it's supposed to work in this country.
Immigrations and Customs Enforcement.
Exactly. Thank you, Rob.
One more controversial moment from the press conference before we move on to the reaction. We'll skip the Kristi Noem cut for a note for Phil there, but let's hit the Trump cut where he talks about, this is what the left took out of it, that he says here he's going to expand the deportation efforts to Americans along with immigrants. Take a listen.
I'd like to say, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time, people that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them, people that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together.
Your response to those online that are offended by that statement?
Screw them. That's what I say.
I love it. And one of the offended individuals is former MSNBC host Joy Reid. Yeah. And
didn't they hire her? Didn't they hire her at CNN now to go on there? So she was so valuable to MSNBC that they fired her. She still does her podcast show, and then she's now on the competitor CNN. What does that tell you? Normally, when you get fired by a job, and if you have a contract, they say, you can't go work anywhere else. To Joy Reid, they said, no, get out of here. If they want to hire you, go right ahead.
Roll that footage there, Phil.
And I will note that, we tried to forget about him, but Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida in order to round up brown people, and throw them in a camp because he doesn't want them in Florida. Surprise, surprise, the economy of Florida is going to be severely harmed by rounding up brown people who, by the way, all over this country, Latinos are afraid to go to work. Anybody who is perceived or looks Latino is afraid to go to work. I know people who are not Latino, but they're brown, and so they look Latino to the naked eye, if you don't know any better, who are walking around with their passports, who never leave home without a passport. Because this is a question I want to ask the audience. How would you prove you're a citizen? If ICE came up to you and dragged you off, how would you prove it? I mean, do you have any proof that you're a citizen? There have been even cases where people showed their real ID with a little star in it, and that still wasn't believed. They've still been rousted. They've still been harassed.
Oh, yeah.
And even if you're not actually taken into custody, imagine being a brown person in this country right now where you can't even walk the streets without fear of being tackled by random people with masks on. That's who we are now. This is like being in apartheid South Africa in the 1980s. I want to note for you guys just for a moment.
It just got worse.
She is just insane.
Listen, and that brand of racism obviously still has its limited audience that can make her, give her a paycheck. That's what she wants to do. I'm more brown than a lot of people in Alligator, Alcatraz. I'm Sicilian, so I'm out in the sun. I'm darker than a lot of people. So if some cop pulls me over, I show them. You know what I show them? My driver's license, my real ID. You're the same people that don't want people to have IDs to vote. Now, all of a sudden, you're worried about people not having an ID to prove who they are, but you don't want them to have an ID to go and vote or do anything that you need to do, travel to have an ID? Is that what you want? How anybody listens to this numbskull is beyond belief.
The sad thing, though, is that there is an audience for that
of course there is.
Fear-mongering.
There's a huge audience.
Yeah,
of course.
And there are so many people who absolutely believe it. And do I like the fact that we have been put in this position where we have so many illegals in this country, and there are a lot of great, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people who have been here for 10, 15 years, and they have families. Do I like the fact that the United States has been put in this position where we now have this huge problem that we have to deal with, and that includes those wonderful people? No. But that's not the problem that this administration has. That is the problem from previous administrations that allowed us to get to this point in the first place. And the fact that all of these, the good, and I say that in quotations, the good people that have come over here and have established homes and families, they are being swept in with this wave of the people that have done horrible things, or, and I find this a bigger deal, that the illegal trafficking has built an empire around drugs and sex trafficking and human trafficking. And that problem alone should eliminate any question whether we need to get rid of this and we need to stop it.
Exactly. That's it.
It doesn't help.
Coexist. Do we still have coexist license bumper stickers on cars anymore? I think they're on Saturns, right? And they haven't made Saturns since when, Robin? When was the last time Saturn produced an automobile?
It's been at least 15 years.
At least.
Yeah. Those are the only places you see coexist ones.
So speaking of coexist bumper stickers, I'm sure this TikToker has one on the back of their car. I don't really know what gender they are, to be quite honest. But talking about the fear-mongering, having an audience, Robin, this person has a big following, and listen to the conspiracy theories that are now bubbling from the left about the whole ICE, immigration, deportations. Take a listen. Roll that, Phil.
Color me shocked.
They're throwing the deportees out of the planes and into the ocean. No, this is not a drill. No, this is
throwing
not
deportees out of planes
They're
into oceans.
shackling people, flying out into open ocean and throwing them out.
Yeah,
okay?
Totally. Yeah.
The flight patterns, there's people tracking them on this app. The flights going out with the deportees. watching them go out to open ocean and circle back.
That's Jen Psaki, isn't it?
In Italy, saw 5 shackled bodies wash up on the shore.
Oh, yeah.
No, but seriously,
that's why TikTok is really
everything that you
should be
stand
banned
for, whether it's
because of people like this numbskull. What's that rag? She got a big tattoo, a rag on her head. I mean, these are the kinds of people that people listen to and think they're telling you the truth.
First of all, aerodynamics, airplanes that go up that far, once they're over the ocean, when they're that high, you can't just open a door. I mean, hello.
Well, unless you're in a Mission Impossible movie.
There's more of this individual if you want him.
Oh,
yeah, you want more?
God.
Yes,
sure. Yeah. Propaganda or actual leftist good values or whatever the it is you believe in. Things are getting serious. I know I'm a small creator and the likelihood that I am shadow banned is very small, but I'm telling you, I'm fairly certain I am shadow banned because I talk about this stuff. If you look at my likes to view ratios, they're great. I have
the likes ratios. Yeah, okay, I don't care about any more of this crap.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine a vapid or vapid, depending on how you want to say it, moron like that, complaining about being a content creator. She is a content creator.
Yes.
She creates content for morons
she is a
who are
PS
just
creator.
as dense and devoid of facts as any other moron on social media.
And she's a great example as to and I always rant about this, and I apologize to take a moment here, but the ideological subversion that we're seeing occur from China using TikTok on Americans. Mm-hmm. We're seeing society just go downhill, and I really think it's an orchestrated effort by a foreign adversary, being China, to bring us down this path. And now Trump says there is a deal in place for a deal with TikTok, and I just want your guys' overall thoughts on TikTok, this deal, and whether American companies should own it and where it should go from there.
Listen, I don't care. Apparently there is going to be it, but here's the thing that a lot of people don't know. TikTok in China is not even close to what TikTok in the United States is. TikTok is actually educational in China, and that's a communist country. We got morons on TikTok, and listen, I get it. They're trying to make money. They get a lot of followers, and like that numbskull chick and many others. And then you got people like Eric Swalwell saying that kids are in cages again.
The algorithms.
Right? This is kids in cages, Alligator, Alcatraz, or Gitmo, Gator Gitmo. I'm calling it Gator Gitmo. I have refused to refer to it as Alligator Alcatraz.
127 votes so far. Today. Oh, it's getting close there, Tony. 57% for Gator Gitmo, still winning.
See, I'm telling you, I know. The people always understand when you give them logic. When I don't talk about people being dumped out of airplanes, how about let's get to some Chinese robotic soccer. We have that running in the background now. This is what I want to talk about.
While we're talking about China, SEC footage, a new league was launched in China, in Beijing, featuring robotic humanoid robots playing soccer. And as you can see from the video,
their balance is worse than LeBron James. They take more dives than LeBron James in the robotic soccer.
I like the little tap dance though thing.
And they take them off on a stretcher too. Oh, this is great.
You did that
AI-controlled robots supplied by Booster Robotics. The skills of a 5 to 6 year old children.
No,
it does look like little kids. They look like little kids.
Oh, he's fallen. Oh, and down he went.
Down goes RoboCop or Robo Wang, whatever his name is. I don't know what it is. Oh, the goalie sucks. That goalie really sucks.
I just love them running into each other face to face.
I'm sad to say I would watch this.
Yeah?
I would
Can
watch
you bet
this.
on it? Can you bet on it?
It's a fantastic
They all have
question.
red jerseys on. How do you tell the home team from the away
there's
team?
a purple team and a black team. And I don't know why they did that, though. I feel like they need home and away jerseys. One always has to wear white, right?
Out. Look, he must have a concussion.
Yeah, they got to get the stretcher out there. Yeah,
concussion protocol.
You can watch this video if you check the YouTube channel.
Not cool, guys. You put your robot face down on the gurney. That is not okay.
Yeah.
That is his hysterical.
Let's stay in China for a little bit as we talk about a new drone. There was a house fire and or a flood, and check out what they're able to do now using a drone. This guy's 220 pounds. I think I have this somewhere on the sheet, don't I?
Yes.
Yeah, where's the cut? Where is this on the cut sheet?
Yes.
Where is it on the cut
Amazing
sheet?
rescue. Let's see it.
It's W03 there. Phil, sorry about that. Don't mean to throw you. So what this is, man, stuck on the roof during China floods. New drone, kind of petrifying that they can do something like this, but kind of cool at the same time. You see the guy, kind of looks like that old video of the guy that strapped a bunch of balloons to a lawn chair and took off.
A drone can lift a full-grown man?
Yes.
Dude.
Yes, there was another video that I saw.
Are you sure that's not AI?
No, that's for real.
Yeah, no,
How do you know it's for real, Robin?
It was a news report, and you could see him being. There's another video of him actually being when he first got into the little chair thingy.
That's how Robin gets the Amazon packages delivered every day to the new house.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
So I just saw another video in Arizona. Amazon has started delivering Amazon packages on drones, and these are huge drones. So the video is of a family. If you can find it, it's hysterical. The video is a family inside the house, and they start hearing the like it sounded like a helicopter outside, and then they go outside, and it's this huge drone dropping a fairly large box in their backyard.
Oh, what's in the box?
And it's kicking up dust and everything, kind of like a chopper would. And so, yeah, I mean, that box that was dropped in their backyard looked like it was probably at least 50 pounds.
Ooh. I can't find the footage, so if you could send it over.
I'll see if I can find it.
When we're talking about drones, I mean, there are creative uses. Here's one. A drone helped solve an active hostage situation recently. Take a listen.
Thank you, Courtney. Authorities deliver a Fago Red Pop
You got to hit the A there, and if we
via
can
a
restart
drone.
that. Let's go back to Tony and Robin if we could. And
yeah, no, the drones, listen.
Here we go.
Whether you like it or not, drones are here to stay.
A drone and use it as a lure in a standoff in Saginaw Township, where a suspect was holding a hostage. It's a story we first broke to you live last Friday night. Michigan State Police say the drone operated by the Saginaw Township Police Department was used to draw that suspect into view through a pane of glass at the Mercantile Bank in the 5400 block of State Street. That's when a trooper was able to take a shot, killing him. The suspect is identified as 31-year-old Quentin Allen. The hostage, a 40-year-old woman, has been released from a local hospital after she was treated for her injuries. Streets surrounding the bank were closed for hours while the incident unfolded and after it was over during the investigation.
And you heard a lure was yours, but we kind of missed that part, so I'm going to go back to this top here. And what was the lure, guys? Here you go.
Thank you, Courtney. Authorities deliver a Fago Red Pop soda via a drone.
Fago.
Yeah, Fago Red Pop soda.
And you know who used to drink those, right? Who was the group that the Mad Clown Posse or some Insane Clown Posse? Didn't their followers all drink Fago?
It's an ICP thing? I didn't know that.
I don't know.
Yeah, Fago.
Yeah, Fago Red Pop strongly associated with the Insane Clown Posse and their fans known as Juggalos.
I mean,
Look at
you
that,
think I'm just a
Tony.
pretty voice and face on the radio and TV?
Was this a Juggalo, maybe?
A Juggalo, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Juggalos I like are not dudes wearing clown suits, you know what I mean?
There are a lot of Juggalos in Florida. It seems like it's a big Florida thing.
Yeah, well, no, they're everywhere.
Not many up here, I gotta say. I haven't seen many braids and face paint in a long time. But if we go down to Florida, let's go to Broward County. I don't know where it is. You guys might be able to explain.
That's Broward's over there near Miami. It's on the East Coast.
Very
Broward.
creative use of an e-scooter here from these individuals. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. As we see 4 individuals, I think. We'll see a zoom in here.
How many? 4.
I think it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, all riding an electric scooter together. 3 back to front. 1 riding on the shoulders.
That is impressive.
That's great. You see, you can't afford SEPTA. You can't get a bus. You can't take your trash in Philly. Do what they do in Broward. Improvise. Get everybody on that damn scooter.
No.
I can't believe that little scooter can carry the weight of 4 people.
I know,
That thing's
that's
booking
impressive.
too.
Yeah, I need the brain.
Yeah,
of
if you go to If you go to third world countries, though, you will see some really impressive stacking on motor vehicles.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
Those, whether it's a scooter like that or a traditional, like a Vespa type scooter, things will be hanging out. They'll have goats and boxes of chickens.
Oh, yeah.
And there are 5 children. And I mean,
here in Florida, a lot of things are stacked. And it's usually just the women, but that's why, hey.
I truly wonder, though, if that stacking that you see on motorcycles and their balance has led to people like the great individual. Tony loves her. He was so sad to hear that she was injured. I'm going to skip down to EX. This is down to the EXs.
I'm not excited when people get hurt. What
EX01. This is Red Panda. Well, why don't you contextualize?
I wasn't excited that she got injured. I was surprised.
No,
I
was saying you were upset. You were upset. You showed emotion.
Of course. Everybody was. Now, people that don't know, Red Panda is a Chinese woman who performs at a lot of events, mostly at NBA games. She was at the WNBA game last night, and she gets on a unicycle.
Yeah, hit that footage there, Phil.
Yeah, let's go. Red Panda. She's been everywhere in the world, and she gets a big ladder, and then she does a unicycle. But last night at the WNBA playoff game, she falls face first and gets hurt, messes up her knee, and they stop the Commissioner's Cup presented by Coinbase.
Wait.
Was that on ESPN last night?
This is from the social media post. They actually posted it up with the sponsor at the end. This injury brought to you by...
I think she hurt her arm.
No, it's her leg. She grabbed for her knee. Or maybe it is her arm.
I think she broke her wrist or something.
We'll have an injury update. By the way, ESPN still has not commented about the... by the way, we will no longer refer... We will no longer refer to Leah Thomas as Leah Thomas. Now that Penn has had to apologize for stripping legitimate women of their titles because they were threatened by President Trump to have their federal funding pulled, they had to apologize, and they did reluctantly. So Leah Thomas, what was his original name? I want to refer to him as his original name.
Tony,
not Leah Thomas. He's no longer Leah Thomas.
I have an update on Red Panda.
We have an injury update?
Yes. Real name is Rong Crystal New. She fell from her 7-foot unicycle, and she appears to have suffered a wrist injury and perhaps other body parts as well.
So it's a wrister.
So her wrist, which is what she was holding.
Caitlin Clark had some words for her. Take a listen. If you can run that, Phil.
Wait! Red Panda, we love you. Red Panda! Red Panda got hurt at halftime. Feel better. She rides on the bike and does like... We love you, Red Panda! Red Panda, if you're watching! Red Panda! Red Panda, if you're watching! We love you.
So she fell so hard that the second half of the game was delayed as arena staff had to repair a dent in the court.
Wow.
A dent?
Yeah.
She dented the court?
She did.
Phil,
she's 50 years old. Did you know she was that old, Tony?
No. She's an amazing talent.
I want to hear your thoughts on Caitlin Clark, but before you go there, I just want to bring up the cut that Robin just referenced. It's really short, 17 seconds from Linda McMahon there, if you could cue that up,
yes.
Phil. She talked about the UPenn having to apologize in a viral clip. I can take that real quick, Phil, if you don't mind.
This is the biggest story of yesterday, in my opinion.
Yeah, here she is.
The university will be sending a personal apology to every female athlete who was forced to compete against a man.
So yeah, apologies due there. But while we're on sports, with Caitlin Clark and such, voted to the All-Star game. You would think voted to an upcoming All-Star game, but not the case though. Right, Tone?
Well, she'll be on the All-Star team because she is the face of the league, whether people like it or not. And I'm going to make a declaration right now, and it's not my style to boycott or condemn people, but I will not support the WNBA until they fix their problem.
Wait, it's coming to Philly, though.
No, I will not support. If they gave me season tickets, front row seats, picked me up in a limo at Philadelphia International Airport and took me to the first game of the new WNBA franchise in Philly, and I love women's sports. I commend the university. I'm not commending the University of Pennsylvania. They had to do it. They had to apologize for screwing over biological women by letting a dude win championships. So this is not me being a guy who hates women's sports. I stand up for women's sports. Unfortunately, a lot of so-called feminist women don't stand up for women's sports. They allow people like Leah Thomas, whatever his name is it Mike Thomas or is one of those things?
No, let me see.
It's a dude. He's a dude. And I don't care if he's transitioning. He's still a dude, and he should be stripped of every single title. Every person, not just the University of Pennsylvania who had to do it or else lose federal funding. Now Stanford University. Also, Will Thomas now. No more Leah. You're Will. Will you are, and Will you won't. You're a loser, pal, and I'm glad that your reign of fraud. And you know who else is a fraud in this situation? ESPN. Remember when she was beating legitimate women like Riley Gaines in the swimming pool, and ESPN, the woke jokester of a network? And it bothers me because I was there. I helped start ESPN Radio back in the 90s. And they actually made her one of their athletes of the year. They gave her an ESPY. For winning. I mean, they celebrated Women's History Month doing a feature on biological male Leah Thomas competing in women's sports. That's what they did. Are they going to run a retraction today? No. You know what ESPN's doing? They're pretty much ignoring it. They pretty much just acknowledge that it happened. Well, if you're ESPN, if you're a woman and you love women's sports, should ESPN not issue an apology as well for promoting this kind of sexism, misogyny? They were celebrating biological men taking championships away from real women. What say you, ESPN? What say you, all you talking heads? And as far as back to the WNBA for a second, I refuse to even acknowledge the existence of the WNBA, and I will never mention the Philadelphia franchise or any other franchise until they settle their racism problem. The WNBA is racist, and there are facts to back up my claim. Remember, Caitlin Clark got more votes from the fans, so they have a three-tiered system of determining their all-star team. Three tiers. So the audience votes, fans voting. She got the most votes of any player in the league, 1.3 million. So she was first among fan voting. And let's be honest, with all due respect to all the other players, and there are great players in the league of all races, but because Caitlin Clark has become the face of the league, even Dick Vitale, my good friend, said, this is a woman who helped women in the WNBA get charter flights instead of having to fly commercial. She put the league on her back. She didn't ask to do it. She was drafted, she went out, and she performed. So now that they have this system of getting the all-star team mentioned, and this isn't about sports. This is about fairness. This is about racism. So Caitlin Clark gets more fan votes than anybody else. Then they have the media voting on the All-Star, one of the components, three components to determine the All-Star team. So they have the fan voting first. She clearly had more votes than anybody. The loser media voted her the third best guard. So these are for now. She was the most voted for player in the WNBA. Then they broke it down into positions. Guard. She was third in the guard media voting. But here's the worst part. Then the players themselves in this league that she helped put on the map and helped make famous and helped maybe make a couple of bucks instead of losing billions a year while the NBA financed this fraud. So the players who should be kneeling before Caitlin Clark, what did they do? They got to vote too. But they had to vote for 4 guards. How many guards? 4. Guess what they did? Many of them did not vote for Caitlin Clark at all. So in other words, the racists in the WNBA froze her out of the voting. And because they didn't vote for her among the top 4 guards in the league, she then falls to the 9th best guard in the WNBA. No. Tell me that is not racism. Tell me players in a league that she helped amplify, regardless of her color. I wouldn't care if she was black, brown, green, gray, a robot. She helped make this league. That's a fact. That's not me I'm supporting just a white chick. I don't even watch the WNBA for the most part. But if you're going to have racist players voting against a white woman because they don't like her, while she is helping make them money and get them a job, what are they going to do without a WNBA? Go play in Russia like Brittany Griner did before she got busted for weed and then was thrown in prison? What are they going to do without the WNBA? And the fact that black women in the WNBA and probably some jealous white chicks did not vote for her as one of the top 4 guards in the league shows you that the league has a problem. And they're expanding to other cities like Philly. And they better get their racism problem straightened out first and foremost. And I'm not a guy who plays the race card. I despise the race card. But anybody can prove to me that this wasn't racism, that Caitlin Clark was voted the 9th best guard in the league by fellow players? And you think these people have integrity or any kind of credibility? It's a joke. That's why the league is a joke. That's why the NBA is a joke. The NBA is now trading. Every player on every team is getting traded yesterday. The entire league's changed hands. That's why fans are sick of this stuff. And this goes beyond sports. This is the reality of the world. You cannot allow a sports organization to be racist against any one person's race. And in this case, it's a white woman who's the most popular player in the league. So tell me how that's not racism. Explain to me how what they're doing to her, players in the league, not the fans who vote, not the media losers who cover this league.
Imagine if this were turned around, if the WNBA consisted
that would be like when
Tiger
Woods came on the scene.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods was embraced by everybody as the first super. Now, there were great golfers, black golfers, for generations, forever. But Tiger Woods revolutionized. He put golf back on the map. Everybody watched golf because Tiger Woods was there. He was smiling. He was and then he had his issues, obviously. Most people who get famous have issues, except me. I'm the only guy who has not issues. I mean, that put me in jail or had, people hitting me with golf clubs, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway, the WNBA, fix your racism problem. Whoever's in charge of that league, if that Nosferatu, who's the guy in charge of the NBA, the guy who looks like Nosferatu? Adam Silver. Hey, Adam, call your WNBA chickies in charge and tell them to fix the racism in their damn league, all right? At least the NBA accepts players from all over the world now, and so does the WNBA. But when you have the face of the league being absolutely treated like hated because she's white, that's a problem. That's the definition of racism.
Do we have time for one more video, or are we?
We should probably end cut sheet there, unless you had something in particular you wanted us to hit, Robin.
No, not at all. I think I think we covered.
What a hell of a point there, Tone.
Thank you. And that was not scripted.
Great. Let's underline that.
That was off the cuff.
I was not reading that from a prepared statement. I have some notes because I'm going to have facts to go along with my assertions. And I don't call people racist. I never do that stuff. People call me racist because I made a stupid comment once and it cost me my job. But I'm not trying to cost anybody their jobs. I'm just spitting facts. And the facts are that what they did to Caitlin Clark in this all-star fiasco is flat-out racism. Textbook racism. Look it up. We're coming right back. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin on Kayal and Company.
But
first,
this segment was sponsored by D&K Appliances. D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance.
Legends and caregiving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Down in the swamp where the wild things bite, gator gitmos, gate shine in the moonlight. Pythons slither past a razor wire fence, mosquitoes buzzing thick with no defense.
Ready?
Welcome to
Gator
Gitmo, where the gators grin.
Gator Gitmo! Somebody stole my idea.
No law inside, just swamp and sin. Gator Gitmo's where the story begins.
Michael Pelka again, providing an original there.
Michael Pelka. Where does he get all this quality content?
Did he just change it to Gator Gitmo just for this? Like after this segment?
Yeah. Yeah, just for you guys.
By the way, the Twitter feed is active, and
Awesome.
the chat room is active on YouTube. Thanks everybody for listening, liking the show, subscribing. Dave M checks in and says, "Back to trash in Philly. Why not close the sanitation department and hire independent companies like Waste Management, LEC, Republic, etc.? Probably get the job done more efficiently and cheaper." You're probably right. That's what happens here in Florida.
But you know why?
Because the unions are
Exactly.
Because the
One
unions,
word.
And listen,
Unions.
I'm a union guy. All right, so I'm not a union hater. I'm not a scab. I'm a guy who understands that when you have union employees who provide the most vital services in Philadelphia, they're not just the trash people. They represent a lot of the things that a city needs to function every single day. And now approaching the 4th of July weekend, you've got sanitation workers on strike because they want more money. And now Mayor Sherelle Parker, who gets good grades for most of her stuff, is up against the wall. She's going to have to give in. Because I don't think they're going back to work unless they get a raise.
Steve Keeley was able to he can take us to one of the sites if you'd want. Had some great footage.
Yeah, I want to see what it's like out there.
If WEX04 there, Phil, if you can cue that up, take a watch.
The sign reads, "Nothing beats a clean street." The street, 18th and Catherine, here at Graduate Hospital. And there's hardly any room to even walk down the sidewalk now.
I've seen it before.
Fire hydrant's almost about to be covered.
Yep.
Hopefully there's no need for the fire hydrant here. And the dumpster at this one of 63 drop-off sites
is full
and overflowing. Some folks didn't read the signs and the notice about not putting out bulk trash. Here's a trash can in the middle of the trash.
Nice pallet there, though. That's a nice item.
We've got pallets, pizza boxes.
Where are the rats?
Oh, the rats are coming.
Trash.
Oh, there's a beautiful painting of a doggy.
And let's see
Who's going to throw out their damn dog pictures?
And a swan upside down.
Oh, upside down swan.
You can get. I can get $10 for those right now.
Trash. There's some bulk cardboard. I guess that's considered recycling. There's another trash can.
Steve Keeley's amazing.
Somebody just wheeled here and left.
He's the only
There's
legitimate
a water
street
department
reporter
project in mid-repair.
Oh, there you go. That's a nice spot. That's a nice pipe right there. You slap a little concrete on that thing and smooth it down. Yeah.
So there you go. There was no parking here from the water department project that was supposed to be done.
I wonder if they're going to be ticketing people for parking where there's a water department project.
So there you go.
And
Here
trash
it is.
all over it.
And there's the city sky.
Yeah. So there you go. He does end up talking to someone out there too. Let me see if I can cue that up here, guys. And it's already becoming a situation. But Steve Keeley at Keeley Fox 29, great Fox 29 reporter, doing some great things here in this city.
Philly crime update. There are a couple of must follow because I don't live in Philly anymore, but I always want to stay on top of what's going on in my hometown. So Steve Keeley, Philly crime update, Stinky Feet, Mark Fusetti. There's so many people who are law enforcement or in crime backgrounds who keep you up to date on what's really going on in the city. That's what I want. I want to see evidence right there. And trust me, living in Philly for all those years, we had sanitation slowdowns, or we had snow where they couldn't get the trucks up the streets and trash piles up. And in the wintertime, it's okay because it's cold. Now you got people putting their food, their slop, their waste in track, and you see it. We had raccoons ripping open bags in our neighborhood. In South Philly, there's raccoons all over the place. So imagine the rats and the smell if this thing doesn't get settled. And the worst part is, even when it is settled, it's going to take them forever to get that trash off the streets. That's the sad reality.
When I first moved to Philadelphia with Tony back in 2011, I fell in love with the city. I love Philadelphia. I feel like it is definitely one of my favorite homes. But it is just sad. It's sad to see in the more than 10 years that I personally lived there. And so other people, having grown up there, probably see it even more. The changes that have happened in Philly during that time, and they were not good changes. It's sad. It's sad. Incredibly sad.
We're seeing a lot of
because it's about funding. The schools, I mentioned that, Jalen Hurts has been contributing his own money to help get air conditioning in schools.
Yeah.
We talk about Alligator, Gitmo, Gator, Gitmo. where they have gigantic air conditioning units there because it's hot and humid in the Everglades. Those people are being treated more than people in Philadelphia public schools who have to send their kids to schools with no air conditioning in the schools. And they have to send the kids home. In the wintertime, they have to send kids home because it's too cold. It's just insane. This is America. This is the birthplace of America, where the 4th of July will be celebrated, where the nation was born in Philadelphia. And the fact that we have, again, work stoppages happen everywhere. But to have this happen on 4th of July week, when a lot of people head to Philly for the fireworks and the pomp and the ceremony, and they're still calling it Made in America, so there's still some patriotism, because Philadelphia, that's where Independence Hall is. That's where the country was born. Not Boston, not any of these other cities, Philly. So that's what bothers me when I see things like this happening. And, and then people are going to have one gigantic dumpster for a neighborhood. And what do you do? What do you do in this situation? You're the mayor. You have to sit down and get this solved now. You have to solve this problem now, because as each day passes and more trash builds up, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. And I don't like saying that.
Now, do we know, I don't know the what they're fighting for. I mean, obviously higher wages. Do we know what the average sanitation worker makes and what they're fighting for?
Well, they want a raise, and apparently whatever the city offered them wasn't enough.
Dan, do we have that anywhere? Is that information?
No, I'm looking into
available?
it. Yeah, I'll let you know.
I saw the head of the union coming out.
Healthcare benefits, working conditions. They're seeking an 8% pay increase each year for 4 years.
Right.
The city's not offering that. They're offering a 7% raise over 3 years. And they want 8%
and who has the hammer now? Not the governor, not the mayor, not Josh Shapiro's taking selfies in Harrisburg, patting himself on the back.
I just looked it up. The average salary for a sanitation worker in Philadelphia is around $40,637 per year.
And that's a hard job. You see, remember when they would come up our little street, because they have the smaller trucks now, like in Sigel Street where I grew up in South Philly. They have to put the smaller. Those people work their butts off.
They work their asses off.
And I would go out and help the trash guys a lot, because there'd be people put a ton of bags out. I would go out there and help throw the stuff in the truck.
The salary range typically falls between $30,000 and $47,586. Hourly rates for sanitation workers in Philadelphia are generally around $20 an hour. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. You can make $18 an hour now working down at a fast food joint. And they are only getting $20 an hour. They absolutely deserve more money.
It's one of the hardest jobs you can have. You got to be out there picking up people's garbage. People mistreat these people who pick up the trash. Mm-hmm. That's a job.
Now, the highest range is in the 90th percentile. So those people that have been working there for probably 20 plus years, they're only making $58,785 a year.
But you know who gets who is the least who gets the worst pay based on what they have to do? Police. Try to be a Philly cop or a cop in Chicago or New York or any other city where you're not respected by the district attorney. And again, all of these people have tough jobs. Cops have, to me, I don't know why anybody would want to be a cop anymore with the disrespect that they get and have to deal with.
Well, what are I think that the most underpaid salaries are, we just mentioned sanitation workers, because that's a job that most people definitely do not want to do, and it's hard.
Right.
It's not easy work. Police officers, firefighters, and teachers.
Yep.
Right? Those
and
four
the teachers
jobs
get screwed because the union takes all of their dues and then donates it to political parties.
Right. Instead of giving it back to the teachers.
Can I also infuriate you guys even more? Because this is one of the repeated rhetorics from the protesters, the strikers. Apparently, or allegedly, the mayor, when she came to office, she created 15 brand new positions, ranging in salary between $150,000 and $245,000 per year, also giving herself a 9% raise while refusing, and that's what they're kind of upset about, while refusing to give any kind of, leeway here for the sanitation workers.
No, Cheryl Parker came in and, listen, you give any elected official, she was duly elected, and she came in and she had a lot to deal with. But when you can't get a strike of this magnitude that affects the birthplace of America on the week of 4th of July, this is, again, she's not going to be impeached or recalled or any of that stuff. But this is her toughest task so far as the mayor of Philadelphia. She's had other issues, but this one, you got to get this settled. You got to get it settled soon. If this isn't settled before the weekend, she's going to have hell to pay. And again, she has to sit down and negotiate now. She has no leverage. She has zero leverage in this situation.
I forget what company it was, but I like this idea that this company that I'm trying to remember which one it was, created a rule that the highest paid employee, including the CEO, could not make, I think it was like 10 or 15 times more than the lowest paid employee. So if they were going to give themselves a raise, then they had to give everybody below them a raise as well, because it had to be commensurate with what they were increasing their salary by. I think that that's a fantastic idea, and it should be implemented, especially in government, in city employees. Like if a mayor or anybody else that's on the city payroll, if they're making, what did you just say? You said she created 15 jobs at $240,000 a year?
Well, all politicians, when they get into office and they've been in city council and they move up the food chain, they then take care of their pals who help them get there.
But
and they give them greasy, do-nothing jobs where they sit in an office all day.
But if they have those positions at that salary, then that should automatically increase the lower paid positions as well.
Absolutely. And that's what happens. The hardest workers are the ones that get screwed over by corrupt politicians who are greasing their friends for doing nothing.
Yes.
Anyway.
Wish I had to break
those jobs are not easy, but you know what is easy, Tony Bruno?
What's easy, Robin?
This hour that is sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said that was easy?
Oh, I say it all the time, baby.
Yes.
Hey, that was easy.
That was easy. Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to our over 98% of the United States.
Usually
Staples.
when I'm walking out of a bar up there in Fishtown at 2 a.m. closing time, and I say, that was easy. You know what I'm saying?
Staples says that as well. Staples. That is easy.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome. And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny. And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cann's, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. And our biggest anticipation in this household is watching grass grow. I'm not making that up. We'll have more on that coming up.
Yes.
Am I making that up, Robin?
Yes.
No, you know, when they say it's, this is so boring, it's like watching paint dry or grass grow. In our lives right now, building a home, the most exciting things are watching paint dry and grass grow. When you're waiting for sod to be delivered.
Well, and the reason why this is such a big deal is that we will be able to, as soon as the sod and our 3 required trees and 23 plants are planted, we will be able to get.
It's actually required?
Yes.
Yes, the city requires you to have 3 trees and 22 3-gallon plants.
Yes.
Don't explain it to me, but listen, I love trees and plants. I'm going to plant more than that.
That doesn't sound very Florida, I'm just going to say.
It's a requirement by the city of Cape Coral. Well, it's all about erosion control.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And you have to have sod so that because we have septic and you have dirt everywhere, and they don't want that dirt, especially during the rainy season, to
which it is right now,
drain down into the water or into the septic.
For example, from June 1st to October, you're not allowed to use fertilizer on your lawns.
Right.
I don't use fertilizer. My lawn's going to be natural. You know
Yes.
what I mean? So because they don't want the water supply to get damaged. So everybody thinks about Florida as a backward
fertilizer
state.
in the canals and in the water can increase the chances of that red tide, which is toxic to fish and other wildlife.
So we have a grass growing, paint drying update for you. By the way,
because we get our certificate of our temporary certificate of occupancy, and we are
that's
out
a
of
CO to you and me, not the COO or the CEO. By the way, Bruno's masseuse checks in on the Twitter feed at Tony Bruno Show, at Rub Bruno. Tony Bruno Show, what does this strike mean for the garbage-picking, field goal-kicking Philadelphia phenomenon? Now, you got to be old school to remember that Tony Danza movie. Remember that movie?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Tony Danza played the garbage-picking, field goal-kicking Philadelphia Eagle in a comedy movie back in the day.
Back in the day.
How about that, Paul? That's a good job by Bruno's masseuse, but this guy rubs me the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Back to certificate of occupancy.
And Bruno the Tank Engine, Bruno's choo-choo says, does the sanitation strike affect the new Boulevard subway? That's another question on the minds of many Philadelphians who are trying to figure out how to get through the trash to get on a SEPTA bus to go to work, if you're going to work this week at all. Let's get it back to the show.
Hold on a second. People have been asking when we're going to be out of. So our last day here in the condo is July 31st.
A date that will live in infamy.
So we have 30 days to not only move, but we need that temporary certificate of occupancy to be able to legally put stuff in there. So this is a big
effing deal, as Joe Biden. No, Joe Biden said that to Barack Obama.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's get it back to the show.
I can't believe that's actually the name of the film was the garbage-picking, field goal-kicking film.
Yes, look it up. Tony Danza.
Yeah.
Disney shows you how to become a football legend.
Here it is.
First, discover the secret to training with household objects. Then, be sure to practice your hand-eye coordination. And never, ever forget the importance of teamwork. I have a tryout. For more tips, watch the garbage-picking, field goal-kicking Philadelphia phenomenon. Wednesday at 8:45, 7:45 Central, right after Angels in the Attic on Magical World of Disney.
Wow, see that was a movie, but they showed it as on Disney Channel all the time too, because Disney Channel has 24 hours of programming to fill. You know what I mean?
It's fascinating.
All right. So is the cut sheet over, or are we continuing?
Well, let's revisit something on the cut sheet, if we could.
Yes, this is my favorite clip of a psychotic chick on TikTok spewing absolute nonsense about what we are doing to illegal aliens over the Florida Everglades.
Yes. It wasn't throw mama from the plane.
No, or
it
the
was
train. That classic
it
movie,
was
too.
Throwing...
Let's
throwing
go to
Jose.
first there, Phil.
Throwing Jose.
Let's revisit the initial
from the USA. Yes.
All right, so going back, here's the original TikToker. And 1, 2, 3, hit it.
Guys, they're throwing the deportees out of the planes and into the ocean. No, this is not a drill. No, this is not fear-mongering. They're shackling people, flying out into open ocean and throwing them out. Okay? The flight patterns, there's...
All right, well, yeah, throwing them out over the ocean, Tony.
Yeah.
And so this chick goes on and on and on about, they're shackling them and they're throwing them, and the alligators are eating them.
Apparently they washed up in Italy somewhere.
They wash up in Sicily, and then my relatives go out, pick them up, and give them a cannoli and a nice cappuccino, but it's got to be before noon. You don't drink cappuccino if you go to Italy after noon. Take my word on it. Meanwhile, one of my favorite guys on Twitter, has done sort of I'll say it's a parody. So just so people don't realize that this is not real. This play the tape. This is how this guy reacted to that chick's insane rant on TikTok.
I can't believe I just heard this. Did you know this? Trump, he has ordered the illegals to be shackled, flown out over the ocean, and thrown out into the ocean. That's right. How is it possible? Just taking people, just ripping them off the streets, ripping your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. He's taking them, putting metal on them like the slaves of the past, flying them out over the ocean, and throwing them out.
He's drooling.
What kind of a heartless person does that? He's got to be stopped. What do we do? We've tried everything. We've tried to arrest him. We've tried to get him in court. We've tried everything. And now he's throwing people out in the ocean to be eaten by sharks and whales. What has America become?
These guys are great. What is his handle there, Ton? Do you have that?
I forget it now because I haven't.
Steve Mudflat.
Yeah, Steve
McGrew.
Mudflat McGrew at Remasculate.
Yes.
Guy's hilarious. That guy is more authentic than that TikTok chick, is he not? I bought what he was selling more than I bought that chick sitting there talking about shackles. I mean, he took it to the next level. See, that's why Twitter exists and X. It's not there to have all these morons on there arguing against one another and being shadow banned and having to pay money to have 10 people watch your stupid videos. That's why God created Twitter.
They're dumping people over the ocean, though, Tone.
They're making him walk the plank from an airplane.
Could you imagine? Pay-per-view. So W05K, if you could cue that up there, Phil. A weird little moment. I don't know. Maybe this is what they heard and they're misconstruing. I don't know. There was a plane mentioned by Kristi Noem, and here we go. It's take a listen.
By thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500% since Trump has gone back into the White House because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home, and while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself.
No.
And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the community.
Wait a minute. A cannibal was eating himself on the plane? No snacks at all? What was this, Spirit? Was this Frontier? What airline was he on?
Couldn't you get a bag of peanuts?
Since when do cannibals eat themselves? You got to be really hungry. I mean, he wasn't even in the Andes Mountains with no food and snow.
Now, one of the things that they've also complained about throughout all this is this new app, Ice Block.
Yeah.
Right? And Ice Block is an app where you can go on there. If you see ICE patrols in your neighborhood, you can go on the app and say, hey, everybody in this area, watch out. They're at this street and this street. Well, one of the things that's happening is that people are going on there and purposefully false reporting
That's the way to combat these scumbags who want to do this stuff.
So download the Ice Block app and just make false, reports on there, and that's the only way to stop something like this. Overwhelm the Ice Block app with reports of ICE being in locations that they are not.
Say like ICE is at the big trash pile at 18th and Catherine that we showed you the video of, and report that there are illegal trash dumpers there. And then get the ICE agents out there, and
no. It's not to get ICE agents to go there. It is the opposite. It is saying, so me, I'm like that chick with the nose ring, and so I go on there and go, oh no, there's an ICE van and 20 ICE agents at 3rd and whatever.
Shunk. Where Monk the Skunk used to live at 3rd and Shunk.
Make sure that you don't go to that area right now. So it's protecting the illegals. Well, what you should do is you should to block that from being. Oh, and the other thing that happens is that once they report a ICE agent being there, that is causing those ICE agents danger because the ICE agents are then being accosted and
exactly. I'm going to pause for a moment just for Christy Nome here.
CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that. That's obstruction of law enforcement. Your response?
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute them for that because what they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute them with the partnership of PAM if we can because what they're doing we believe is illegal.
Yes.
The sad thing about CNN, it's basically self-immolating. I mean, what they're doing to themselves every day is, I can't believe they're still in business. And again, you can watch whatever you want. I don't tell people don't watch CNN or MSNBC. You make your own choices. You decide what you want to. The content's out there. You can pick and choose whatever you want. Nobody forces you to watch or listen to anything. Not yet, anyway.
But until that ICE block gets removed because it is illegal. In the meantime, just go on there and make fake reports because if you are overwhelming, like if you keep saying that ICE is places that they're not and they have people going there instead of to the real locations, that's the only way to confound this situation.
Exactly. No, CNN is just garbage. Garbage. Sad to say because it was the greatest original cable news network at first. Now it's the worst. Or MS, you pick and choose what's good and bad. I'm just a facilitator here. We're coming back. We got a final big hour. This show's flying by today. But we got another hour coming up. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, the whole gang here, filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At LendSeek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton and celebrate your freedom to save in in style.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style. All with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
9 o'clock hour, Kayal and Company. The A team is on vacation. The B team is in here, trying to pull our weight. You know what I'm saying? And I've lost weight. I'm down to 197.
Looking good there.
And thanks for noticing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to thank my daughter Deanna, got me this beautiful shirt for my birthday, too.
Some commentary about that on YouTube, Tony. I don't know if you saw that. Wondering why you're not wearing a T-shirt with a good Frank Rizzo quote on there. You would think they'd be wearing that.
Same thing. Be dignified
nice.
now.
Yeah.
It's the 4th of July. By the way, this is something that's really going to get the I Hate America crowd.
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
I'm not, Frank. You bet. You can thank you. Crumb Creek cowards. That's who we are worrying about.
You're a coward.
How about crumb bums? Any crumb bums out there?
You're a crumb creep lush cow. You're a real crumb bum.
Thank you. Anyway, the story is that the pilots who flew the B-2 bomber to drop the bombs in Iran's nuclear facilities are going to be at the White House for the 4th of July celebration.
Nice.
I guess they're going to have to put up fences now for all the people who hate those military heroes who are doing their jobs, which they're trained to do. Can you believe that? But they won't be thrown out of airplanes, though, I don't think, over the Florida Everglades. Meanwhile, we got this hour. You know what's coming up? Fight Club. I thought maybe Fight Club wasn't continuing because, Nick and the gang aren't here. But no, Fight Club goes on. And we have one coming up at what, 9:15, 9:10 coming up?
Yeah, 9:10. We'll have something for you.
About 6 minutes from now, if you're scoring at home. And if you are, congratulations. It's only Wednesday. I mean, that's a good job out of you. Yes. And also this hour, the great Phil Almquist will dazzle up with his musical knowledge on this day in music history, Robin. Ooh. I still can't believe that yesterday, Blondie, Deborah Harry, turned 80 years old. Can you believe that, Robin? Did you think that she would be 80? I mean, I don't think I'm going to be 80.
Well, you will one day, Tony.
If I live that long. I don't take it for granted.
Time kind of works, It just
I take it one day at a time, like they say in sports sports nonsense. You got to take it one day at a time. At this point in my life, I do take it one day at a time. 73, I see people in my age group dying. The great Dave Parker, 74, had Parkinson's. He passed away the other day. So, as you get older, you realize I can't say, hey, 20 years from now, because 20 years from now, if God willing I'm alive, I don't think I'll be the spry, happy guy. I think I'd be happy. If I'm alive at 93 and I'm still able to do things.
Tony, you're not happy now. What makes you think you can be happy?
Oh, gee, thanks a lot, Robin. I'm not happy now.
This is my goal every tunnel.
My goal every day is to wake up and see another day on this great planet Earth. That's all I care about. I don't know. Nobody knows when they're going to die. So you just wake up and you try to be positive. I look for good things. See, a lot of people nowadays, they wake up and they look for the negative. They just look for the things that are going to piss them off every day. I'm the exact opposite. I look for things that are going to make me happy, like grass being put down on my property today.
You know what else is happening today? That's all right. That's
what else is happening today?
I'm a little bit distracted.
What happened?
The glass panels for the showers are going to be put in today.
Glass panel showers.
Big day.
This is a big day for me.
We talking like a big walk-in shower, or what you guys do?
Oh yeah, we got big walk-in showers. We're not going with the cheap stuff.
We got biggins. We got
biggins.
Yes. We have the two. We have two master suites, an upstairs and a downstairs.
Can we still call them master suites, or is that racist?
No, we're calling them master suites forever. But they're big walk-in showers with like the rainfall and all sorts of things spurting at you. And then we have the pool bath.
Where there's no pool, but there's a bath outside where a pool eventually may happen if we start a fundraiser right now to build Tony's pool. And if you'd like to contribute a housewarming gift of some kind, feel free to do it. Contact me at Tony Bruno Show on Twitter, on X, at Tony Bruno Show.
Yeah, if there's any pool company out there that would like free advertising, we'll advertise.
I'll help you dig the hole.
Now those walk-in showers, guys, I got a question. Are they bigger than the hallway that Gavin Newsom slept in growing up?
No, because Gavin Newsom, he slept in a one-bedroom apartment. When he grew up poor.
Now we have the.
No, that's why Dan's doing a great job of leading us into this story, Robin. So yesterday, Gavin Newsom, the worst governor in America, bar none, a guy who still thinks he's going to be president, is lying every day. And all politicians lie, every single one of them. This guy, though, takes it to the next level. Yesterday, he got up there, patting himself on the back and telling everybody just how hard it was for him, Gavin Newsom, to grow up poor in California. Let's go to the tape, shall we?
Very emotionally attached to this reality. I can extend the same. With a sister who quite literally lived in a cutout of the hallway because we didn't have more than one bedroom where I slept on the couch. With a mom who was working almost 3 jobs, 2.5 jobs.
2.5 jobs.
And renting, and then rented out the spare bedroom for most of my childhood. the emotional attachment to the issue of affordability is real and raw.
Yeah. It's real and raw for people like Gavin Newsom, whose father was a legislator. This is the house that with the one bedroom and one bath that his mother had to work. His dad was part of the Getty estate.
I want to show you this. So actually, Dan, I just sent you another link. If you can pull that one up instead, because it'll show the inside. Now, this is the street that you're seeing.
That he grew up in with one bedroom. He grew up
on it, and it's actually a 2-bedroom house. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. It is 1284 Stanyon Street.
Stanyon?
And
you can see it's on an incline, so it's a decline. So you got to keep your emergency brakes on.
1,445 square feet. The last sold price a couple of years ago, it went for $2,800,000.
That's poverty right there.
You know, I'm sure that when he was growing up, it was not that expensive. I mean, but it is. But
he's not. He was never poor.
Correct.
He was never poor, Robin.
Now, if you look at this house, even though maybe they did rent out the extra bedroom, this is not a small hovel.
No, and again, in San Francisco, prices obviously are going down everywhere because the people can't afford it. That's what he's talking about. He's now claiming that his new budget in California is going to make it harder for people to have a $2 million house.
Look at the gate. Now, if you keep scrolling through,
that's a hard job to put that gate on a downward slide like that.
Yeah,
you talk about good construction action.
Big backyard. If you keep scrolling through, there's actually a blueprint.
It's a house. All right.
It's a blueprint. Yeah, there's a blueprint of the different bedrooms.
I love the paneling. That's coming back, I think. My basement in Mayfair had paneling like that.
Childhood home. It doesn't look like a lot has been updated since then. It's very 1970s feel.
Is it a national? Is it on the National Archives now?
I don't know.
Do all of his wives, as Harvey Weinstein, stop by to visit his wife?
Look at those windows and the beautiful.
That's nice, man. That's like Mod Squad era. Yeah. That's like back in the day, man.
What's the blueprint?
Now the master bedroom has its own sitting room.
Yeah, let's go back to that pic.
Where's the closet that he slept in?
See, that's the master bedroom with its own sitting room.
You got to climb up a high step. If you get old, you don't want to live in that house.
All right, let's go to that blueprint. What is it, one of the last ones you got there?
Yeah, you keep going. Maybe one more. One more.
Go.
There it is.
Yeah.
So you can see that, and it even has a cabin on the property.
Oh, cabin in the woods. You know what happens there, right?
Which is probably what they rented out.
Yeah.
So
cabin in a shed.
He is full of caca, as they would say.
And then pretending to cry about his upbringing and how he can relate to the people whose moms are working 2.5 jobs just to be able to buy gas in L.A. because they have the highest gas and the gas prices just went up again. So, listen, I lived in L.A. I only talk about experiences that I lived through. I lived in L.A. I loved L.A. I was there 11 years. I was fortunate to live on Venice Beach. I had a good living. But the bottom line is Santa Monica, once one of the great areas where Robin and I would go to the 3rd Street Promenade, now all those stores are closing. They're closing because the policies in these big cities like L.A. and San Francisco are destroying the economy and people's safety. All of those great, remember 3rd Street Promenade was one of those outdoor malls because the people didn't want to go into malls. Mm-hmm. You live in California, it's nice year round, right?
Yep.
So that's the problem. And now Gavin Newsom's crying poor. You know, he's trying to build a train to nowhere. He's trying to make people think that he grew up in poverty. And this is the kind of nonsense that you have to be able to see through. And people in California still buy his stuff. That's the thing that saddens me because I know a lot of people in L.A., a lot of great friends, family members out there. So they're not buying this nonsense.
Well,
don't buy nonsense from any politician who tells you how hard it was growing up.
We also know people that do fall for his nonsense, hook, line, and sinker.
And that's their problem. You vote, you get what you vote for. That's what's going on. So anyway, you know what time it is right now. Enough about Gavin Newsom.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight. Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
Yes, they do. Fights equal ratings, and that's why Fight Club is sponsored by, folks. Oh, well, let me turn this down first before I get there. Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit TriCounty.com. Again, Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit TriCounty.com. And as you've become to love here on the Kayal and Company show, it's Kayal and Company Fight Club with Tony Bruno, one of the greatest sports commentators of all time, which is a nice treat that we have. So let's go over to a big box store.
I want to know, what do we have for them? What do we have for the kids today on this 4th of July week celebration?
So let's go to a grocery store where a couple individuals found themselves in a scuffle, and I think less than the fight itself is the reaction of the people around them, that it almost seems like this has become a normal occurrence in their lives. But why don't we take a watch? Phil, roll the footage of today's Fight Club.
Oh, I love when that happens.
So as you can see, that one is a very rotund individual. Now on the ground and getting level.
Is that a Whole Foods? What is that? A whole paycheck? What is that?
It looks
2 for $5. Whatever it is, they were fighting over 2 for $5 produce or something.
Yeah, so you have these individuals. It looks like a 2-on-2 kind of tag match, but now you have a worker getting involved. But I'm going to go back a little bit in the footage here.
Is this girl-on-girl crime?
It is.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all girls.
She's got a hold of her weave, though.
Yeah. Do we have wigs flying yet?
We're waiting on that. I do believe it does eventually devolve into that. Well, it looks like they've broken up now.
They calmed down now. They've calmed down.
They've calmed down. Well,
I think they're going to kiss and make up.
Is that what's going to happen here? They're going to kiss and make
Happens
up?
in most of the lesbian movies I watch.
Shoes on the ground. It looks like they're all wearing Crocs, which at one point must have flown off during the fight.
It looks like a Sprouts.
Is that a Sprouts, or is that a little Walmart neighborhood market?
It's a bougie market, that's for sure. If you look at the ceiling and
That's why I'm
lights
thinking
up
it's a
top.
Sprouts.
Yeah.
Does it say what state this is in?
Tennessee. Tennessee is where this happened.
Tennessee.
You can see there's a whole large organic produce section.
Hey, organic groceries are you fight for your right to buy 2 for $5 organic oranges.
My favorite part of the entire video, though, is I'm going to start it from the beginning again here, and we have the
ground game is good. These 2 women have a great ground and pound game.
Yep, another one getting involved there.
You got to ground and pound. Pound it, pound it, pound it.
My favorite is this lady, though. Ready? She's like, do we really got to deal with this again? Really?
Okay.
She the manager?
Excuse me,
And then
clean
she's
up.
the manager that someone doesn't want to speak to right now.
Clean up on aisle 5. Clean up on aisle 5.
I told the WPHT, please subscribe, click notifications. And then you have another guy walk up as they're on the ground. Just look at him, just disappointingly. Ready?
Dude.
Watch the guy. He just stands there. No, he puts
If you're watching
Put
this
his
on
hands
YouTube,
on his hips.
YouTube.com, 1210 WPHT.
Just like, what is going on, man?
He's like, oh, at it again.
Can we see what vegetables they were in front of that were 2 for $5? Can you zoom in on that?
Looks
like
mangoes.
Mangoes
I
or
think they're
cantaloupes or
mangoes.
honeydews. Hey, honey, don't do that.
Let's see, maybe I can
honey,
get a zoom
don't
in here.
do that.
Can we get a zoom? I don't.
I can't tell. No.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I don't think there was an Ozempic aisle in that particular supermarket.
No, I don't think so.
That's what we got for today's Fight Club, though. The entrance, I don't know what we want to name this one. Maybe the Sprouts Showdown? Well, I don't know if we want to
Sprouts Showdown.
want a brand name in there.
Almost a drive-by fruiting.
Oh.
Remember that?
I like
What was that movie from?
Don't know.
Miss
Lost me.
Doubtfire.
Oh, sorry.
That was a Miss Doubtfire, Mrs. Doubtfire.
I should know that. Fight Club sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Go visit TriCounty.com. We'll have more of this and a finality. What's tomorrow? Thursday? Tomorrow. I think we'll have the final Fight Club and we'll choose our winner, guys, while we're together.
Beautiful.
We'll play all 4 videos of the week.
Awesome. Awesome.
Got to hit a break.
We're coming right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. And God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're an American band, made in China, of course. I only wear American stuff. By the way, we got doubleheader baseball. What's the weather there? I know they rained it out. 2 games today, the Phillies and the Padres. They have a 1 o'clock afternoon start. And what's interesting to note here, the last time the Phillies and Padres played a doubleheader was in 1993. The Phillies and the Padres started the doubleheader. The second game ended at 4:40 a.m. with Mitch Williams getting the game-hitting hit at 4:41 a.m.
Wow.
I mean, we're not talking about ancient history. That's a long time ago. But that's what happened the last time the Phillies and Padres played a doubleheader. You had Larry Bowa on the field and Jim Eisenreich and all those guys.
Looks like around 2 p.m. we'll start to see the clouds clear out, around 80 degrees. Looks like it might be a nice day to watch baseball out there. But, Tony, last night
how about getting there? Is there trash on the streets? Do you have to walk through the trash on Broad Street? Do you take your trash on SEPTA and then dump it right out there in the parking lot of the old Wells Fargo Center, since nobody's using that right now? I don't know who's in town, but there's no hockey and there's no basketball right now. So is there a South Philly trash site?
I don't know. It might look similar to what we're seeing here with 18th and Catherine, youtube.com/@12th and WPHT. Steve Keeley, some great footage there we showed earlier. But yes, it looks like it'll clear up. And last night, Tony, a crazy line of storms came through with just tons of rain, and that seems like it's finally clearing out of the area, and we'll have some sun again later on in the day.
Now, I have to say that when we were living there, we only saw rats a couple of times because the street next to us was being torn up.
And they were redoing the infrastructure, which you have to do in old cities.
When the street was torn up and the pipes underneath were exposed, we would walk around the block every now and then. That's where the rats were. They were underneath.
Of course they are. They're down there where the sewer pipes are.
I had no idea how big sewer rats were. They were humongous. They were like the size of they were bigger than a chihuahua.
A possum.
No, that was not a pot. They were not pot. I mean, we saw.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I was surprised to see that they were like comparatively in size.
Yes,
almost like the size of a possum. It's nuts.
Yes.
Yeah, but one thing I never saw in the subways when I would get on the Broad Street subway, either at Snyder or Tasker Morris, you never saw rats walking down the steps with a big piece of pizza like they do in New York. You know what I'm saying?
New York has a much bigger rat problem.
Well, just every night in New York, if you've been in New York late at night, all the stores and all of the delis and everything, they put their trash out right in front of, but they have people that come out in the middle of the night and pick it all up. But now in Philly, with this trash piling up, I'm telling you, this is a health scare now.
Yes, it is.
Especially when the weather gets hot.
Now, I remember when you used to go up and do shows in New York every week, and we used to, on the day after the show, we'd spend the night in New York because we would be there late. We would get up in the morning and come back to Philadelphia, and we stopped off at a Dunkin' Donuts at a corner every single morning
8th Avenue,
to get Tony coffee and a bagel.
Yep.
Or every Saturday morning when we would, and we'd been doing that for months. And then after we saw news, they closed down.
Yeah, the health department put a sign into this location is
closed. And they had video, and in the video, which we knew exactly where it was, and we know exactly because we would pick the bagels out of those baskets. There were rats
eating in the window.
You could videotape it, or you could see the video. You could see the rats walking through those baskets and just snacking on everything. They're like, "Oh my God, we ate those!" Oh, yuck!
All right, enough about trash and rats and all of that other stuff. Vermin. We got enough vermin out there.
Yes, we do. We have enough vermin. Hey, Tony, I think I might have just heard the doorbell.
The doorbell rang?
Yeah. We have another. What do we get almost daily?
Another package delivery?
Yes.
Somebody delivered a package?
I think
here outside?
It's something else that
Does
we
it weigh
need.
7,000 pounds?
No, this time we are getting delivered. We are installing faucets on all of our vanities, and one of the vanities has 3 holes in it instead of 1 hole, and we had to get one of those plates to cover it.
Right.
And you know where I got it?
Where?
I got it on Amazon.
Isn't today Prime Day?
It's coming up.
When is Prime Day?
Prime is the 8th through the 12th, but this hour is sponsored by Amazon. Okay, I've got some great news, and good news and great news. The good news is that Prime Day is almost here, and the great news, this year you'll have how many, Tony? How many days? 4 days to find deals on all of your favorite things. Shop
Unlike
Prime Day.
Robin finds deals every day, and she's on Amazon.
Shop Prime Day.
She funded Bezos' wedding
July
just
8th
by buying Amazon stuff.
Through the 11th. July 8th through the 11th. It's Amazon Prime Day. I don't need Prime Day because I shop Prime every single day.
Exactly.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio. Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter
We all
trusted
hear the
pro.
radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh, wow. We're rocking out with our Amazon out.
Great Phil Almquist, man. What a great music choice from this guy.
Phil is just absolutely killing it today. And he's keeping me awake. But I feel good. I mean, we didn't get much sleep, but we're here, up and at 'em on this Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow from 6 to 10 a.m.
Actually, it wasn't bad. We got 6.5 hours.
Who got 6.5 hours?
6.5 hours of sleep.
Wow.
That's
No,
not
that's
bad.
enough. I don't need more than that. I really don't. When you get older, you go to sleep earlier and you wake up earlier. I go to sleep late and wake up late, normally. Meanwhile, Phil Almquist coming up with This Day in Music History. Kathy Barnett on The Dawn Show at 10 o'clock. Am I right, Dan?
Yeah, the great Kathy Barnett will be with us. She's been with us all week, continuing on with some fantastic content. You can always catch Kathy on Saturdays, but she will be filling in again for Dawn Sensen starting at 10 today.
Beautiful. Now, by the way, did you see Jaguar? Remember when they ran that crazy promotion with all the whacked out people? And did you see what happened
And the
to
ugly
them?
cars that didn't look like Jaguars at all.
Talk about bad marketing.
Yes.
Enough about Bud Light and all those others. So Jaguar, which came out with this really zany campaign, they lost 97.5% of their customers in the last 6 months. Nobody's buying Jaguars because I don't know who they were trying to appeal to.
Yeah.
Jaguar drivers aren't people wearing clown suits and walking on runways for Pride Week.
It was beyond bizarre. Not only was it just bizarre, but it was over the top woke even for woke people.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you know anybody who drives a Jaguar who would look at that ad and say, yeah, let's trade it in and get the new model.
The cars didn't look like anything that Jaguar had made. It didn't have the sleek lines. It was strange.
We just saw one yesterday, and we didn't even know it was a Jaguar.
No. Oh, you actually seen one in the wild? I've been, wow.
Yeah, well, and it was a weird back. The back was like, all
very
these cars.
square.
We saw a Rolls Royce that looked like a Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? You know when you see a Rolls Royce, you know it's a Rolls Royce, right? You can tell by the front. But the back of this Rolls Royce we saw driving did not look like a Rolls Royce. It looked like a Buick.
Yeah. Well, the thing with the Jaguar XJs for the longest time, you see one of those from a mile away, and you know it's a Jaguar, too. And
yes.
It was always, I hate to say, but it's been kind of known as like the rich white man's kind of vehicle. So who are you trying to appeal to with this woke ad? I'm putting it in there right now. Let's just see if we can put that up there for our YouTube viewers. But here's the ad that you guys are referencing. Create exuberant with just, I guess, non-binary models is how I guess you would describe it. Delete ordinary. It's just some kind of like art house almost type advertisement. And it doesn't
break
surprise
molds.
me at all.
And then
it's like bizarre. Who are they trying to appeal to? Like even the goth crowd wouldn't like that.
I mean, it's like an old Bennington. Was it Benetton? Benetton?
Yeah, Benetton. But that was like back in the 70s and 80s when everybody was whacked. And they wonder why nobody was buying Jaguars. Don't you have to? It's the same thing with Bud Light when they try to appeal to different people rather than the basic Bud Light drinkers.
Now, ipso facto brings up a good point. That Jaguars, a lot of people associate Jaguars with the James Bond movies because they had James Bond often drove one and had all the.
But he had an Aston Martin though, and then Jaguar got involved because they provided a couple of cars for the movies, and that's how it works. It's called symmetry. What is it called when you have product placement?
Right.
Product placement in the movie is huge.
To this, no wonder they're losing 97% of their clientele.
Exactly.
Sam says no car was even in the commercial. There's a.
I know that's the other thing. They didn't even show a car.
Well, no, they had a couple of them where they did show some kind of a vehicle that did not look like. It didn't even look like a car. It was just strange.
Let's see if I can pull it up for you. I don't have it right now though.
Trust me right now when I tell you, there is no better theme song for any movie franchise than the Bond theme. Is there?
Nope.
Never. It's the greatest. I get goosebumps when I hear the Bond theme.
You see, they're actually casting the new Bond, Denis Villeneuve, the guy behind the Dune reboot, which has been very successful. It's a brother,
right? It's a black dude, right?
Well, no. Well, they did throw out Idris Elba a little while back,
right?
And
no. I'm saying they actually. I think the guy that they picked to do the new one is a black man.
They haven't officially picked anybody.
But they saw the guy's picture, and again, I don't care if they pick a black.
I feel like that might be fear, like some kind of I don't know bait on so. Because what I've been seeing, this is from Variety. It's Edward Berger, Edgar Wright, Paul King, and Jonathan Nolan, and I think they're all white guys.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll go see the Bond movie. No,
those were the directors. I'm sorry. It's Jacob Elordi from Saltburn, Tom Holland, Spider-Man, and Harris Dickinson from Baby.
Tom Holland and the guy in the new Superman movie who plays the villain. What's that kid's name?
Oh, what's his name?
He's in everything.
Yeah, they are.
He's a villain. He's a good guy. What's his name, Robin? The guy he's in the new Superman movie, which I haven't seen.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, Tom.
Hold on. No. Hold on. It is Nicholas Hoult.
Nicholas Hoult, another great actor.
Yeah.
He's in everything.
He is a great actor, and he plays both a good guy and a bad guy really well. Some guys are so typecast, but Nicholas Hoult kind of does not fall in that category. And the guy that's playing Superman is David Cornsweet.
Corn sweat. I get that a lot of times when I'm at a picnic, and it's coming out of the big vat. And then you get them corn ears, get Jersey corn, that white corn. You shuck that baby right there. You put it on the grill and bam! And then you make street corn out of it. You put the mayonnaise on that. You ever had street corn? Do you ever have street corn? It's great.
It's amazing. You kidding me? Mexican street corn is amazing.
Oh, street corn is awesome.
What was the restaurant we always would go into in Center City that had the great street corn?
They had the Mexican Elvis.
Yeah.
Elvis. Yeah.
Is Elvis still there? Remember
Yeah,
Elvis?
no, it is. It's a Steven Starr, isn't it?
Yeah, Steven Starr.
Yeah.
They had the greatest street corn, and we would always go there for Cinco de Mayo, but we go there a lot, too. It's not just going on a dumb
It was like
make-believe
corn
holiday.
crack.
It was. They
called a
put the
look.
mayonnaise on it.
so good.
Man, that stuff is good.
Trump, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to update. So the names that are being floated, did you mention these names? Jacob Elordi, Tom Holland, and Harris Dickinson.
Yeah, Elordi's from
mentioned
Euphoria.
Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom Holland, Euphoria is Jacob Elordi, and Harris Dickinson is, I don't even know what that kid's in, to be quite honest. Baby Girl is the big one.
I don't know.
Yeah. And fan favorite they mentioned is Idris Elba, who's ducked Bond speculation for years.
Correct. Well, and he was also saying that he doesn't want to get into the Bond genre when he's already at that old age.
Yeah.
Like, he's already old enough, which
Now,
is
how
the
old
reason.
is he? I mean, Idris Elba's phenomenal.
He's amazing.
But how old is he?
He would have
now?
been great like 15 years ago.
Yeah. Idris Elba, I'm looking it up now, Robin. How
He's
old
so
is he?
smooth.
Yeah, he's only 52.
Yeah, I think he'd be good.
So that's not that old. He can still.
Yeah.
I mean, what's his name? Sean Connery was Bond in his 70s, for
True,
God's
that's
sake.
true,
And he
that's
was still
true.
banging hot chicks.
Idris,
in his
I thought
70s.
for some reason I thought Idris was older.
I did too.
My
And
bad
he's
for
not-
assuming because he has gray hair that he was older than that.
Well, The Wire, he was huge.
I
in
would
The
vote
Wire.
for him in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
I think he's
yeah, I
fantastic.
love Idris
He's
Elba.
English, so he has the accent. He
Yeah.
doesn't have to fake it.
Yep.
He had to
Yeah.
fake it for The Wire or Stringer Bell, and you couldn't even tell. He was amazing.
No. Phenomenal.
Before we take a break, just some breaking news as we go on with the day. Trump, over on Truth Social, continuing his effort to kind of call out the newly elected Democratic primary winner up there in New York, now saying from Trump, as president of the United States, I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. Rest assured, I hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did with the good old USA. Your guys' thoughts on the continued effort to keep Mamdani in the news?
Well, the thing is that now you got Kathy Hochul and the other guy who was giving out free cheeseburgers to get the injection. Who was that other strapper, that lurch-looking guy whose wife squandered $1 billion in money in New York? No, the guy that was before
He looks like Lurch.
Eric Adams. No, who's the mayor that was the big, tall, dorky guy? Remember when he was forcing you to get the injections
Not
and he was
Bloomberg.
giving you a cheeseburger? That's how
De
influential
Blasio,
that
De
guy
Blasio.
was. Bill de Blasio.
Blasio, yes.
They're all now going crazy. Even Josh Shapiro is ripping Trump now because of this a bill that's a big, beautiful bill, and they're lying about that. And he's trying to make it sound like it's Trump's fault that people in Pennsylvania aren't going to be able to get health insurance, which is a lie, because and AOC's lying about the fact that not one single person illegally in the country is getting Medicaid. That's what they're claiming. And it's been proven to be false. It's proven to be false.
I believe everything right now that regular Americans are not going to have, if they are on some kind of special health care, that they are not going to have it removed from them. But if it is, like for example, my daughter right now, she's out of work and she is on state medical insurance. If hers gets removed because of this, then I will be incredibly angry, because those types, people that are American citizens that should have some help when they're out of work, they should not have their health care removed.
Robin, health care is not something you get for free.
She's not getting it for
And
free. She's
back
getting
in
it
the day,
reduced.
once the Obamacare came in, and this is a fact, companies would provide health insurance for employees back in the day, remember?
Right.
I had health insurance for my wife and kids, and then all of a sudden
Obamacare
came
screwed
in,
it all up.
and it was supposed to be the greatest thing ever, and people would have health insurance. But Obamacare, in essence, is Medicaid. Medicaid is now junk insurance, even if it's provided to you for free. But I have Medicare. It's not provided to me for free, and I worked my entire life for it. So that's why they want Medicare for all, because Medicaid, they know, Doctors don't like it because they don't get reimbursed by the government. That's what they all want. And there's all these fights with the government over, doctors can't, like, for example, I had my knee injected because my doctor, a knee surgeon, said, I can't get an MRI until I give you an injection of Novocaine in your knee.
Not
Novocaine. Because of whatever it is.
Steroid.
Whatever it is.
Cortisone.
I have to give you a shot because I'm not allowed to ask for an MRI now because insurance companies will not okay it until you've had treatment first. So back in the day, you go to a doctor, and listen, I don't like unnecessary tests. I don't go in there and say, I need an x-ray. You go in because your knee's hurting. I go in, I get an x-ray, and he says, I can't really see much in your knee, but I can't order an MRI until I give you a shot. So I got the shot last week, and guess what happened yesterday, Robin? A week later, my knee hurts again. So now I'm going to have to go back to the doctor and see if he can ask to see what's in my knee by getting an MRI. I don't like having unnecessary tests, but if that's what it's going to take to make my knee healthy and I'm paying for insurance and it's coming out of my Social Security, why can I not get an MRI so that I know what's wrong with my knee? How is that being selfish or anything else? I pay for it. I paid for it my entire life. So that's the problem that I have with all these people demanding free health care.
You are absolutely right, but I think that there's a difference between free and subsidized.
No, subsidized means somebody's paying for it. Taxpayers are paying for it.
Let's talk about me. I am not fully employed right now. And so
neither am I.
My health insurance, I'm still paying. I'm still paying every single month, but I'm not paying the maximum, right? So
because you're in Florida.
But it should be, every state should have something available like that.
Every state doesn't, because every state does not run its businesses. It does not run its services
it is
the
crazy
same way.
To expect somebody that is not 100% employed that they should have to pay $1,200 a month for insurance.
I agree. Who do you blame for that?
I blame Obama because that's
I'm
how
not
it
blaming
started.
anybody. I'm saying that the government relies on other people to pay for other people's issues. And that's what people are offended by. I don't mind helping the poor or helping somebody out or helping the infirmed, or kids with cancer. I have no problem helping those causes. But I'm not going to sit here and have my tax dollars taken out so that freeloaders who are able-bodied and ready to work refuse to go to work so they can collect stuff for free off the government teat. I'm tired of being the government teat or teats. We're coming right back. We got Phil coming up with the great this day in music history, and I'm tired of talking about health insurance. We're coming right back.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Dude. I feel like I'm on Headbangers Ball on Saturday night on MTV. Back when MTV was a music channel. Remember that, Robin? Back in the day?
Yes.
Speaking of that, Phil's coming up in a second.
I think he's there.
Is he there already?
What happened on this day? Music history. On Kayal and Company.
Today, July 2nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Rocky Gray from Evanescence, who's 51, and Johnny Kalla from Huey Lewis and the News, who's 73. Heavenly birthday shout out to Charlie Watts from the Rolling Stones. Single Coon Weird American Band by Grand Funk Railroad in 73. And Hell and Hallelujah by Kiss in 2012. Album to Coon The Last in Line by Dio in 84. Hey Stupid by Alice Cooper in 91. And A Kind of Magic by Queen in 86. Also in 2005, the Live 8 concerts happened, including here in Philly. In 91, Axl Rose caused a riot after leaping into the crowd to remove a camera from a fan in Maryland. In 80, Bob Weir and Mickey Hart from the Dead were arrested on suspicion of starting a riot at a show in San Diego after they tried to interfere in a drug bust. In 62, Jimi Hendrix was honorably discharged from the 101st Airborne Paratroopers, and in 69, the band Mountain was formed. But lastly, another example of how Rolling Stone magazine has been irrelevant for decades. And remember that the next time Nick quotes Rolling Stone magazine. On this day in 2015, Rush was on the cover for the very first time 40 plus years after they formed. A complete disgrace. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
You're absolutely right. Rolling Stone is like what MTV was to music.
Oh my God,
I mean, they're just basically irrelevant anymore.
They're completely irrelevant.
Thank you, Phil. You know your stuff, my friend. The hardest working man at 1210 WPHT. He's there, what, at 4:30 in the morning?
Yeah, and I'm on Saturday nights, too, so I'm the only one, I'm the only one here 6 days a week.
How's that going Saturday nights? You doing still crazy?
Yeah, I'm still beating WIP every once in a while, so it's all good.
Ooh, well, there you go.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Phil Almquist and Jim Kelly in there today, and, of course, Big Dan, producer Big Dan, who used to be one of us and then abandoned us for other greener pastures.
What do you mean by that?
But I'm happy to be working with him again these couple of days. He's a good man, even though he's real tall and he can't dunk a basketball.
Nope.
Other than that.
Tony, you're not a short guy. Were you able to dunk a basketball?
No, I'm only 6 feet, man.
Yeah, but still, you're laughing at...
How tall are you? I could touch the rim at least, 10 years ago.
6'8". I'm a 6'8" person.
6'8", and you can't touch the rim?
I never said I couldn't touch the rim. I just my hands might be a little tiny,
It has nothing to do with the hand size.
I can't. It's 100% true. I can't jump. White men cannot jump, and I live true to that one.
Well, that's not true. There's some white dudes.
There's some of them that can, but most of them not so much.
Yeah. I'm not one of them. Looking forward to another day working with you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow we'll be back 6 a.m. to 10. Tell your friends. People saying, Tony, where are you? We haven't done our Friday night shows because we've been working all day and can't get home. But getting up at 4:30 a.m., we can get that done. There he is. There's Dan. Dan looking good. No wonder why all the chicks are digging on you on social media on X all day, Dan.
Get out of here with my bad hair. Yeah.
Look at that hair. I like the beard.
All these chicks that follow the 1210 WPHT, Rich Zioli and Dom show, they always talk about Big Dan. You got groupies out there, Dan.
Well, thankfully,
you got groupies.
I have a beautiful wife, and I love her to death. So I apologize, groupies, if you do indeed exist, which I don't believe you do. But I'm a taken man.
What has that stopped anybody?
Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll be back, and then Tony, you're filling again next week as well. Although
on the 9th, yes.
Yes.
On my regular schedule.
But you're going to be there all day.
Beautiful. I'll be here all night too. We want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Big Dan and Jim Kelly and Phil Almquist and all the people back in the studio helping produce this conglomeration. Miss Robin reading the reads. And I thought there would be almost a disaster type scenario today, but I was wrong.
Why would you think that?
Oh, ye of little faith.
No, I was worried. I was afraid. I was afraid that we would not be able to pull this off. And, even though I've been doing this for 100 years, it's not that I wasn't confident in Robin. Robin and I have done shows together for over a decade. I wanted to make sure that we were going to be in here and be ready and provide the kind of content
Tony
that people
always
love.
Stresses over shows because he wants them to go without a hitch, and he's always worried that he's not going to have enough content.
I'm not worried about not having content.
I keep reminding Tony.
I don't mail the shows in. I take these shows seriously, even though we're filling in. I take every show that I do seriously. So I don't just plop down and say, all right, what are we going to talk about today?
No, but
and Big Dan sends all the cuts on the cut sheet.
I keep telling Tony.
I have copious notes here.
He can talk about nothing. He always has. He has more than enough words in that brain of his to fill more than one show.
I know a little bit about everything and a lot about nothing.
Exactly.
That's how you succeed in this industry, folks.
I was just going to say that's the.
We got to go. Kathy Barnett's coming up next. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra,